running, Steve. Thank you for your reminder. How the heck is it going, everybody? I got our new crossword tie. I wanted to say equipped. What do non-gamer people say instead of equipped? I guess I'm wearing the new crossword tie as opposed to I am, I don't know. It's equipped though, that's the right word for us. And that's absolutely lovely. Let's say some quick hellos and then get to some story times on this Japanese New Year's Eve. We'll talk about what Japanese New Year's Eve means, because it is the major holiday of the year here. It's the time when most people get some time off and there are traditions and so on, so that comes soon. First of all, though, Korea, it's good seeing you. Hello, Razul. Hello, Unnamed Comet. Rog, how's it going? Good seeing you, Paul Harvey. Welcoming Coda Test. Hello, George. Hello, Steve. Jerry Foder, a pleasure for you. Jerry, you're back to teaching in the spring, aren't you? Did you have a semester-long sabbatical or a full year? I'm not mocking, I'm just asking. How is it going today, Johnny? Cyber Oracle, it's good seeing you. Marks, welcome in. Hello, Red Zyrus. Hello to you, Maharo. Saying you're trying to upgrade your subscription, but Twitch is being twitchy. Maharo, number one, thank you for wanting to upgrade your subscription. That's really nice, really kind, really generous, and thank you. Number two, I'm sorry it's being difficult to do so, but thank you for giving it the old college try. What's up, Chaucer? This is even bigger than Golden Week. Yes, because Golden Week, while it has holidays in it, is mostly thought of as like summer vacation, as opposed to being something of importance. Like, obviously the days involve like, let's think about the Children Day. We like children, but it's not quite as holy, I guess. We'll get there in a second. Hello to you today, Game Urchin. Welcome, welcome. Yes, indeed, Jerry Foder, you are back to teaching this spring. I hope it goes well. I mentioned on stream a couple days ago that my normal person laptop is not functioning, and so I'm in the process of making syllabuses on my cell phone right now. I've been making notes for myself about what books I wanted to cut and articles to include and so on. And I gotta say, I know that back at one of the schools I taught at a while back, I had some students who didn't come from means. And they didn't like leaving their dorm rooms to go to the school computer lab. And so they would write whole essays on their cell phones in like the Notes app. And it was crazy to me, the idea that someone would be able to take that much time to put together paragraph after paragraph after paragraph of material with citations and everything on the little cell phone. I can't imagine typing that way, but every time I'd say, please just go to the computer lab, the auto spell check sure is useful, etc., etc. Good to see you today, Left Eye. Welcome on in. Konnichiwa to you also. Yeah, let me say, first of all, thank you to everyone who came by and spent time with us on our year-end wrap-up. Yesterday was the end of 2024 for the stream's sake, even with a couple days left, and it was so fun talking through what happened on stream over the past year. There was probably a bit of recency bias in my evaluation of the year, because it was hard for me to think about what happened back in March. That was endlessly far back in history, but it was a great time. It was so cool to talk with you all about just what I was thinking about the future of the stream, the present of the stream, and yeah, to give you a little picture behind the curtain of how I think about streaming. And yeah, it was great. Game Merchant's working on increasing the Resorty rap emote. Yeah, we talked about which emotes did well and which not so well this year, and the Resorty rap emote is way down there. It just doesn't have a lot of use cases, unfortunately, and so it exists as a good idea. No. A well done, poorly thought out idea. Something like that. Hey, Jerry Foder, you got your New Year's card. Awesome. So glad those are showing up. There's always this moment of hesitation between when I send the New Year's cards out here in Japan and when they begin arriving, especially in the US. So yeah, it feels good to know they actually have made it across the ocean safely. This year, unlike last year, I sent them out in smaller batches, because if I had all 150 of them out there sitting and waiting, to be delivered, I wouldn't be able to deal with the pressure of, oh no, will they get there? But seeing them arrive in bits and bits and bits all the way through is pretty cool. Oh, Jim, I missed saying hello to you. I'm sorry. Hello, Jim. Good seeing you, my friend. Hello, Canute. Mark, you may have fallen asleep at the end of stream last night. I mean, it really was, 3.5, 4 hours of just opening talk time. It was a PowerPoint presentation of a lot of text, and it was fun. Once a year, I'm okay with doing that. Hey, Darby Cat, thank you for the big resorty emotes. Thank you for that giant resorty rap emote in chat. That should count for 3 usages as far as the year-end wrap up. I'll see what we can do. I'll see if I can. Maybe I'll spend time at the beginning and end of stream saying, "Hello, friends. The stream is now live. You have 7 minutes and 22 seconds to spam your favorite emotes." And then maybe at the end of stream also, during the closing ad break, we can say, hello, it's time to boost the stats of your favorite emotes. And in this way, we fix the election, but also get more chat engagement, and that's what really counts. Yes. Thank you for tolerating that. Today we will be starting the promised Warhammer 3 subscription. That's not the right word, sorry, the Warhammer 3 playthrough, rather, in which we begin to play as the Bretonnians, a faction of horse people, as I understand it. I'm sure they have some real weaknesses, but the idea of fielding an army of courtly knights, the sort of traditional thinking about fantasy and Middle Ages warfare really appeals to me. Now, of course, I know that the fantasy and medieval warfare I grew up on was highly stylized and made for enjoying thinking about, as opposed to the brutality of actual factual battles on the ground. But man, these characters, I understand, that are going to be dressed in the most regal armor, with shield insignias and giant flags and all the rest. And it's another new Warhammer start, and I've got to say I've enjoyed every single one so far, and I bet today will be no different. So Warhammer 3 coming after a while should be a pretty good time indeed. Hello, Klaus, good seeing you. Help, you're being repressed. It is true. What is it? Watery tarts distributing swords is no basis for a system of governance? Is that what it is? Something like that. There may be a crueler word used midway through, but yes, if you didn't see it on Discord, the hello, we're live message today included a little bit of reference to Monty Python and the quest for the Holy Grail, which if you've not seen, I encourage you to check out. It is definitely the most British of British humor throughout, and so if you don't get that kind of humor, that's okay. This reminds me, this has never happened to me, but it's one of these things that foreigners, immigrants in Japan will often report having happened. If one tells a sarcastic joke here, or a joke based on wordplay here, which are often the hallmarks of a certain kind of British humor, Japanese people understand what's happened, right? They understand that there is wordplay happening here, or the person does not mean the thing that they have said. Instead of laughing, they will stereotypically say, "Ah, that must be an American joke." Which is the general category they will use for jokes that just aren't funny. But they don't say it in like a teasing way, like, oh, that's a bad dad joke, but instead in purely descriptive form. So again, it's never happened to me. I have made one joke successfully in Japanese one time, but it actually worked, partially because my audience was my wife, and she, I think, is more tolerant of my humor than most people in the world, perhaps. Hello, Cajun Killa, you're feeling better today. I'm so glad to hear that. We talked yesterday about how a pretty sizable portion of our community had fallen ill recently, had become sick with the flu especially, and we hypothesized that was because people were bouncing around the country more than usual and meeting new germs out in the wild, but I hope everyone's feeling somewhat better soon. Jerry Footer, your wife doesn't even laugh at your joke. She just says, huh, that's funny. I think Noms doesn't laugh hard. Like, Noms doesn't laugh uproariously unless the joke is really and sincerely funny, and that happens maybe once every 3 months or so. But she will acknowledge the joke at least. She will indicate that yes, indeed, humor has happened around us. She doesn't say that was a joke, though she does occasionally say, like, are you proud of yourself? which, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I usually am proud of myself. I think that when I was a boy, and this might be a common story, when I was but a boy, I was rewarded for a certain kind of cleverness. Which is not intelligence, which is not in any measure like diligence or goodness or anything, but cleverness of seeing how words and ideas bounced off of one another rather. And so I think because of that, I still feel this like teacher inside of me patting my head and saying, there's a good boy, when I successfully make a joke that's a pun. When I use one word in a different context, I go, oh, there's your little A+, fifth grader resorty. So at some level, I think my sense of humor works for me, and I'm largely okay if I'm the only one who laughs in some cases. That's okay. That's how it goes. Just good seeing you. There's an American stand-up comic who makes cartoon animal noises with American joke in the subtitles. Oh, I see. So instead of translating what the joke is, translating what the character or person is doing, instead they will just say, this is an American joke, as in, it's not worth translating even. That is pretty funny. Hello, Klaus. Did you ever tell my neurosurgeon joke? Klaus, I believe you've been short on sharing jokes recently. I don't recall a neurosurgeon joke at all. So please, it's been a while. Regale us with a joke that we may have a groan together, possibly. Hello, Sabo. Good seeing you. Hello and welcome. Let's see here. Not much happened yesterday after stream. Often Noms and I will do something fun over the break evenings. Because we just want to get out of the house, go for a walk, maybe take a train somewhere just to see more of the city. But last night we had some friends over for dinner, and so the period just after stream was not relaxing. It was not enjoyable, but instead it was the mad panic to clean up the house because we're having company. And not that the house was in absolute wreckage. We had people visit us over in, probably a month ago, and so things aren't terrible. But it was finally time for me to do the sweeping. I'd said I would get to real soon, and really believed it. But yesterday was finally the day when the bill was called due, and so I swept the whole house. As usual, poor cat Fritz was so unbelievably dismayed by seeing his true enemy, the broom. I believe it's the case that nope, that's not the right word, sorry, Fritz, the cat, is more afraid of the broom than the vacuum. And I have no idea why that is. Noms hypothesized that it might be because the broom sounds more like hissing, possibly. But those of you who have animals, how do they rate the different cleaning utensils, cleaning tools? Do they find the broom especially scary, the vacuum, or what exactly? While you're answering that one, I will read some jokes from chat. Number 1, Klaus has this one. Many people don't know, but every neurosurgeon is a master pianist. The only problem is they only know one note, the low bottom E. In case you're a non-native speaker, a low bottom E, a musical note, is like lobotomy, a kind of surgery to remove part of the brain. Good stuff. As I was reading ahead, I always try to read ahead silently while I'm reading aloud also. I said, wait, there's no way this joke is actually funny. It's just referencing a note. And then I said it out loud, and that was perfect for sure. Absolutely. Klaus, thank you for that one. I'll put that away in the old brain there. Number 2, Noel says, your wife keeps getting angry at you for stealing the kitchen utensils, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. Again, a joke based purely on a sounds like, which I love so much. Thank you for that. I've said before that I had a colleague friend who began every day of class with, so what questions do you have about the reading? Believing the students would ask an interesting question and then would begin to form the conversation of the reading with their ideas instead of his ideas. And if the students didn't have anything of value to say, hadn't done the reading, asked questions that were so obvious from the title of the text, etc., he would begin just making dad jokes, and he would consume class time until a student had done enough reading or found enough confidence to ask some question. This usually happened once a term for him, and then he would, then the students would always show up prepared. Now, there's some question to ask about, these students are paying your salary, old man, shouldn't you be teaching them? But I think it worked for his class's purposes, possibly. All right, Sabo, you're welcome on the postcard. I believe I know where you're from. Cool place to be from, and thank you for letting me know you got the card. All right, so your cats are terrified of the broom. The Robo Vacuum is the arch nemesis of your cats. Oh yeah, like the Roomba, I think, is the brand I know. I remember seeing a picture, or maybe even a GIF of relevancy here, I suppose. Let me comment, since up already. Friends, we have resuscitated, we've brought back from the dead the Resorty subreddit, created in September 4th, 2015. It had not received any posts in approximately 7 years, and so we cleaned it out, we got it started. I have no idea what it's for. I don't think it will be used all that much, but Jim decided to make a comment, and so at least there's one semi-recent message on this thing, and that's pretty darn good. Oh, do I have to approve everyone's messages? Do I have to say, yes, you are worthy? I should change that so it just shows up instead. Thanks, Jim, appreciate it. I also realized I can put an image here. Let me see 1 second. Let's make this nice, and a nice welcoming place to be. Let's use this one. There you go, team. The Resorty icon is there now. It needs a description. It needs some sort of like engage in banter here. I need more social media engagement or else, but it's there. Yeah, I'm sure anyone who's ever been on the internet has seen this one before. Cat riding Roomba. There are apparently many of these. I don't want to see necessarily a whole YouTube video. So is there a GIF? And indeed there is. And these are old enough that I'm going to say they're from before the possibility of LLM AI creation. And so these things happen in the world. These things happen in the world. And I really do wonder if people put their cats on top of the Roomba for the sake of the video, and have they then, are the cats somewhat compliant? Or are the cats able to just tolerate wherever they happen to be? It's hard for me to imagine a cat climbing aboard an already moving Roomba of their own accord. I wouldn't be surprised if, like many other animals, cats have the I will get atop of you or it to show my superiority or dominance. But this just seems very, very strange. Maybe they pounce on it. Huh. So at least the way my cats, and I've had two, when my cats pounce on things, is they don't pounce into a seated position. They pounce into either a ripping with their front claws or spinning the prey into their back to use their back legs to kick on the prey. So I do wonder here. Now this third one I assume is not a real thing. I assume this is a Roomba that has been decorated like a cat, which delightful also, but yes, I see why most cats would be terrified of these moving things. But man, the person who long ago said the internet is for cats Unlike the things said in Avenue Q, the internet's for cats, I think is absolutely right. I could spend all day, your whole day, my whole day, just looking at cat pictures, looking at videos and GIFs of cats and all the rest. That's pretty great. Friend Iamdar, thank you for the raid. Here comes Big Resorty. Thank you for the raid. Welcome Tankadelphia. How's it going? Iamdar, thank you for that resubscription. A very long time friend of the channel. I've been subscribing now for 79 months. Has been watching since the good old Rimworld days long ago. Iamdar, thank you for being here. Tankadelphia, it's good having you with us as always. I know those of you who watch Iamdar are used to some top tier military actions, so some exploding of airplanes or tanks. Usually the one that Iamdar is driving, haha! But it's a great channel, a lot of fun over there, and like I said, a long-term friend of the channel. So let me go ahead and do a shout-out. I'm a very bad shouter-outer, but yes, indeed, Iamdar is a good person, and if you are interested in watching what's a pretty chill channel, a channel that is like, let's hang out and chit-chat about this and that while also playing games, strongly recommended for sure. Hello, Catch Upon him. I tried playing Victoria 3. Yes, we have approximately 90 hours in Victoria 3. I have enjoyed it quite a bit. I think it's less great for streaming, at least as I play it, than some other Paradox games. But yeah, I like Victoria 3 quite a bit. It is one that you'll see occasionally here for sure. Other people were responding to our conversation about how your animals respond to your cleaning. It seems like many of you are quite sure that, your animals are scared of the vacuum and also the broom at once. I was hoping it's the case if I could expose my cats to the cleaning equipment enough, they would eventually get used to it. But unfortunately, this is bad. Unfortunately, before I moved into my current situation, moved in with my wife, I was one of those awful bachelors, stereotypical, who almost never cleaned house. Whereas only if people were to come to visit or the landlord wanted to do a walkthrough for some purpose, then I would say, it is time to resolve my filth. And then would come the day of a whole bunch of vacuuming, a whole bunch of brooming and tidying. And, I don't know, like throwing away 8 pizza boxes all at once, etc., etc. And so the cats very irregularly saw me or heard me doing the kind of cleaning that would be necessary for them to get acclimated or used to it. And that's time. That's unfortunate, but maybe next time. Maybe next time we get a kitty cat, because we clean far more regularly here, they'll be used to the sound ultimately. Why clean every day when you can do it all at once? Exactly. You set aside a day, right? You set aside a day to say, this is cleaning day. Happy cleaning day. And then in my case, you clean for about 20 minutes and say, whew, I've done some good hard work. Time for a round of video games. And the round of video games lasts for 2 hours and they say, whew, boy howdy, better get back to taking everything I own and putting it into plastic garbage bags. Friends, the first ad break of the day is coming very briefly, mere seconds. My apologies, we'll just blah, blah, blah during it, and back in 3 minutes. Oh, I think I didn't mention it fast enough. Some people probably got ads without much notice there. My apologies for sure. Anyway, I see that many of you have at least understood what it is of being a little bit stuck in one's filth. I wouldn't be surprised if this was related to depression things, of course, and the standard anxieties and worries of grad school. And so I didn't do a great job of keeping up with, my physical world. No surprise. This is not a therapy stream. All right, what else we got? Quick thing to mention, last night we did have friends over for dinner. That's where the story was going. I've mentioned these friends before. One of them is a librarian at our university, and the other one is an artist who has recently decided to get a full-time job. And what a lucky fellow this is, right? Lucky fellow this is, because he went from being an artist who sold things to people in the world, like people enjoyed his art enough to buy it, to getting a full-time job as a video game tester here in Japan. Now it helps that he's, quadlingual? Is that the phrase? He natively speaks English and Japanese. He speaks Chinese pretty well and French, I think. And so he's able to play these games in translation over multiple languages and help keep the voice consistent across the languages. So he plays games primarily to keep an eye on translation issues. And sometimes that's the difficult work of putting together, this translation is not just like that one. And he says he has to write all this in very formal Japanese, which is not fun to write. But other days, apparently in their office, they have to playtest games. And so recently he's been playtesting a game that's similar to Among Us, right? This party game of deception, this party game of trying to trick one's neighbors. And apparently they set up like an 8-person game inside their testing lab and played this game all day for 8 hours. I think this is like the kind of job that so many people want when they're in 6th grade, right? What do you want to be when you grow up? I want to play video games. And he gets to, and that's really, really cool. And it was so fun hearing him talk about the experience, because I think it's the kind of job that often people say, oh, you just play video games, but then there's more to it. So it was really, really enjoyable. For dinner last night, we made our special lemony pasta dish. We have 3 or 4 dishes we only make for when company is coming over. They tend to take a little bit more time to make. They tend also to be very, 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 very unhealthy. So this one had a bunch of cream in it, a bunch of cheese in it, and it was incredibly good. But the kind of thing that if you ate daily, your arteries would just turn to pure cheese, I assume. And I think I enjoy having people over so I can try these dishes that are so darn good. But yeah, it was nice having them over. They asked the question about the other job, and one of them, the fellow who gets paid to play games, knew about Twitch pretty well, and one of them proudly stated, I am not a gamer. And so there's a great interest on the part of the non-gamer person on how on earth this Twitch thing worked. And so it's some of the standard conversation, but she was so interested in the physicality of this thing. Like, what did it actually look like on the viewer side? And so she said, okay, I think I know how this works. You're playing games and explaining what you're doing. So it's like the game is a big box and then you're in the corner, right? And I said, oh yeah. That is the majority of the stream. But before that, we have to have big resorty time, and it's just me on a webcam, and people talk to me. And she was shocked. She was shocked that anyone would want to watch Big Resorty Time and listen to my stories. And if I'm not sure if that's like a commentary on my company or a commentary on like being a good conversationalist, or if instead it's just the thought that that's not the way in which people spend their time on the internet. Something like that. Hey, Raven, thank you for the resubscription. It's good seeing you, Raven, and we do appreciate generosity as always. Thank you for your generosity, friend. You literally only tune in for Big Resorty Time. You're not the only person. It is the case that every day the viewership numbers go up till the end of Big Resorty Time, and there's an appreciable drop at that point, which is fine. I'm glad I can share whatever I've got with you all, and it's a good time. It's a good time. So one more person in the world understands how Twitch works, kinda, sorta. They were just amazed to think about how it works and to see the behind the scenes element of it. My favorite part of that though is as we were leaving, or they were leaving, I decided to show them the room I'm in right now, the room where I have my big stream set up. And as the one person walked in, she turned towards Nams's desk first. and she saw on Nams's desk, which has one monitor and a keyboard and mouse, she saw Nams's keyboard, which you might recall, Nams has been shopping for a keyboard for a very long time. You all helped her pick a really nice for her keyboard that has like shiny caps and so on, etc. And so my friend walks into the room and sees Nams's desk and says, "Whoa, Resorty, that's a really cool gamer keyboard. You must be a serious gamer." And so she thought that Nams's desk with the shiny keyboard was my streaming desk. And that was a cute little moment. And then I said, no, please look over there. And I gestured towards the 3 monitors, the giant lights, the big green screen, and so on. And she was amazed that that was a computer setup. She had just skipped over it as being, I think, a pile of mess. And so my favorite part of her seeing what's going on over here is she saw what's happening underneath the desk and saw the computer with its side panels off, saw the cooler unit sitting on top of the PC, the wires everywhere, and said, "Wow, you must have a really custom build. It looks so different than any I've seen before." And so I didn't tell her that I'm just very bad at computer maintenance, very bad at keeping the wires under control. It's okay to let her believe that this is how it has to be for the stream to work well. But it is a nice time sharing something I love doing with a person who knows nothing about it. It's like showing someone magic for the first time and then saying, here's how the magic works for sure. Hello, Gurleon, good seeing you. New Malicious, welcome in. You got your New Year's card. Awesome. They are showing up. That is a joy to me, and hopefully you read it with a smile in your heart. Cable Manvir only hourly. Yes, as I've mentioned before, the most offensive cable is unfortunately the fiber connection into our house comes in the living room, and I'm in the basement, and so we do have an Ethernet cable that is across the floor, up a wall, down the staircase, taped onto a wall, down across the floor here, up into the wall. And once it gets into this room, it's just in a giant pile. Because I bought this when I first moved to Japan, and I didn't know how long a meter was. And so in the US, I'd used a 100 foot long cable for roughly the same purpose. It worked fine. And so I said, 100 meters should be fine. And so there's this absolutely huge ball of cable inside of this room. So if ever I decide to stream from outside, we're good to go already. But I think Nams is fine with the giant Ethernet cable everywhere, so long as it's largely taped to the walls and out of the way and not obvious. It is a white cable, so it hides with the white walls pretty effectively. And most people who come here don't intentionally look up to see what's what. But yeah, I do enjoy having that set up that way. Why am I telling these stories? Right, okay, I'm back on track again. I think the thing to mention before we move to the games is, of course, it is New Year's Eve here in Tokyo. New Year's Eve is one of the only holidays that has even a vaguely spiritual meaning to most Japanese folks today, especially as Japanese people have gotten younger. They would say they're both not religious and not spiritual. And yet, a lot of Japanese people on the New Year's will go to the local temple or shrine in order to welcome in the New Year's by engaging with the spirits, the gods, the ancestors. Please don't ask any questions about that. When I ask my students about what these rituals mean to them, why they go to the shrine, it's something about it's what one does. It is the tradition. It is the habit of the person to do this. And I said, well, you said before that you don't believe in religion, you don't believe in spirituality. When you do the ritual of going forward, clapping loudly, bowing, stepping forward, ringing a giant bell, throwing coins into a box, stepping back, bowing, and then walking away. What are you engaging with in those moments? They don't want to talk about that part. They recognize there's some tension between the two. But it's a lovely tradition, in part because for a lot of people over the New Year, they go back home, or they go back home to places that are often very far away from Tokyo. And then as a family, people will go to the local shrine and think about the community they came from. In our case, we do have a shrine that's only, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes walk from here. We haven't gone yet on a New Year's. We have gone on other celebrations. Most shrines and temples have summer festivals that are for the community and for the neighborhood, and they're little fairs with street food and giant dancing celebration and music and so on. But I haven't approached it New Year's because, of course, for me, the particular spiritual story they're telling is one that I don't connect with, and I'd feel a little bit silly just going through the ritual with not believing it. Now, it might be good for me to have done it, but I would only be pantomiming, right? I'd be pretending to ride on the horse instead of actually being a horseman, and I feel weird about that. That said, it's a matter of great honor to be the first person after the priest to engage with the gods at midnight. And like most other things in Japan, there's a real appreciation for a good line. The Japanese love a cue. And so at a certain point, the Japanese people begin lining up, dressed well, in order to ring the bell. And this usually starts about 11 p.m., an hour or so before the ceremony. I, of course, have wanted to buy the PlayStation 2 on release day. And so I, of course, have sat in a camping chair in front of the local Target Greatland store, starting at like noon or so, because I want to make sure I can buy one from the limited supply my local store has had. And so I do kind of wonder what would happen if I went and started the line at 2 p.m. or so. If I had a book, if I had a chair. Again, it's a matter of significant honor to be the first person to ring that bell. What would it be for all of my poor neighbors to see big old white dum-dum over here ringing that bell first? I wouldn't dare do this. I'm just curious. Would it be seen as a minor offense? Oops, the American doesn't know what he's doing. Or a major offense? You've disrupted the harmony of our community. We'll not try it, but I might ask my students next year what would happen. Who knows? Good seeing you, CS Prof. Welcome. It's a cultural aspect. Yeah, definitely for a lot of my students, the conversation about why do they do this New Year's celebration is because it's just what the culture does. Part of my job, though, is to ask the question of my students of why do you believe that? Why is that important to you? Why does that matter? Should it matter, right? Because I think for some of them, just a cultural aspect is, of course it's the case that when you get married, all of the housework is done by the woman. Of course it's the case that the man must be kind of emotionally aloof, etc. And so I think it's important that we ask cultural assumptions and see if they're valuable or holding us back, etc., etc. And yeah, it's a weird conversation for sure. Exactly right, Cyborkle. It's a really strange interaction that's so strong. Because generally speaking, after the Second World War, I can't state this fully enough. Like, really and sincerely, until the end of the Second World War, the ordinary Japanese person believed that the emperor was God on Earth. God on Earth. After the Second World War, God was killed for them, right? The moment of the emperor making his public agreement that he and his family are not deities. He and his family are just ordinary people. You can't understand what it is to see the killing of your god. It is very upsetting. And so because of that, there's been a tremendous anti-religious swing, anti-spiritualistic swing in Japan. Now, there are, of course, groups that do missionary work here. There are groups that are organic or autochthonous Japanese religions, but on the whole, most Japanese people would say, no, we don't do the religion. And yet, they will at times pray in the morning, etc. Not pray in the way of like, oh God, you're important to me, oh God, thank you. But instead, it's a kind of appreciation, I guess, an appreciation for the day, but not to anyone in particular. Fascinating to me, absolutely fascinating to me in a way I don't fully understand. Do ghosts play a major role in Japanese belief systems? Yeah. It's absolutely the case that the recently dead especially are seen to have causative effects in the world. My wife's mother had her father die, or my wife's father died early, and the wife at one point slipped soon thereafter on some ice and broke her wrist. And her understanding of what had happened there was, I wasn't respectful enough to your father. I haven't buried him in the right way. He caused me to slip and break my hand. If only I would have been better to the ghosts. And as an American, I want to say, whoa. Bad things just happen. We just slip on ice. But for Japanese people, and indeed for lots of people, the sense that there's some other world that's affecting us is real. It's big. It's something they want to hold on to. So, different world, but a world I'm trying to understand still. I think today, assuming we're still awake, I will ask Noms, may we please go visit the shrine. Maybe not to do the ritual, but just to see the ritual in person. Or we could go ahead and visit the really big shrine. There's a giant shrine in downtown where thousands and tens of thousands and maybe 100,000 people will go and visit over the course of a couple days, and they will all do the same ritual and welcome in or stand in a very, very long line to do it. And it's absolutely overwhelming, right? So many people crushed into a tiny little area. And usually I would say no to this, but maybe the meds are working, who knows? Oh, some people actually agree. I'm not going to say in any way like, ha, I am over superstitious beliefs. I don't knock on wood. I don't say bless you after coughing, etc. But yeah, I mean, one of the comments made by some thinker, I don't recall which one, is the great American superstition is that there are no superstitions, right? This sense that we have gotten beyond all of it without maybe having gotten beyond all of it. The great American myth is there are no myths left, this sort of thing. Anyway, that's a much bigger topic than I meant to get into, but that's what we do here on the Resorty Show. We start with one sentence and get to another one, and yeah. Nonetheless, here I am. Friends, how you doing today? On a scale from 0 to 10, where 0 is the cat keeps trying to trick you, and the 10 is, I don't know. You got someone special to smooch on the new year. 1 to 10, where's it going? For me, I'm probably an 8 or so. I'm feeling really good. I probably started streaming at 7 or so, but talking to you all does build up the energy. Oh man, we got some 2s and 3s. A lot of people in 6 or 7. A 10. You got the house plumbing issues resolved. Raven, congratulations. There's nothing worse on earth. No, this is a little first world problem for sure. But yeah, definitely when plumbing is not working, it is a bit of an issue. And it's the kind of thing that is often just dirty and difficult to fix. My father, who is a workman, right, an electrician, is so willing to do so many kinds of labor, but he said, no plumbing, thank you. And it sure is something. Taking off your 10, you're organizing silver coinage. That's so cool. I'm not a silver bug. I'm not someone who collects or stacks any kind of coin, but I really enjoy watching YouTube videos about coin shops, about people opening up rolls of quarters and looking through for some particular kind of silver coin or a special error coin. And even though the majority of the coins they find while opening these up are totally ordinary, quarter from 1978, oh well, there's still this like thrill of the hunt with every new opening. And for me, I think this is the same kind of feeling I get when I see people open Pokemon card packs, or when I myself open card packs in the trading card game. This question of what could be in there. And even if what they find is a very, very small, silver coin that's worth just a tiny little bit, just the excitement I hear in the hunter's voice, I found one. Fills me with such joy. We've talked before, maybe even yesterday, about how great it is to see other people's joy. How great it is to see someone nerding out about a topic that you yourself are not invested in, and seeing them be happy. So that's my guilty pleasure, or I guess my weird pleasure, is watching people open up coins and look for coins and a metal detect and throw magnets into canals. All this is great. It feels like an earlier era of archaeology, right? The ruins have all been found. Everything interesting to dig up has been dug up. Let's go look in some fields, sort of thing. Hey, Darth Baker, thank you for your Prime sub. It's good to have you with us today. Thank you for deciding to click that Prime button here on my channel. It means the world to me. Yesterday I showed the behind-the-scene finances of the stream a little bit, and I'm thinking the year is not over yet, so I'll have to revise the finances with all of your kind contributions and subscriptions and so on. So thank you really for helping me to do this thing. Drek, what's up? Good seeing ya. Tankadelphia have a coin from 1849. Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Obviously, people hundreds of years ago have been using coinage. To them, it was just currency in the way that we have just currency, though, of course, it had different kinds of value. But when things are hundreds of years old, that's so cool. Now, here in Japan, I've mentioned this once before. Don't you ruin this, anybody. But here in Japan, obviously the culture is very, 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 very old. There have been people living here for thousands and thousands of years. The people who are called Japanese today will argue they've always been here. This is not true. But they've been living here for a very, very long time. And metal detecting is seen as very, very strange here. It's seen as disruptive. It's seen as causing issue because you don't know what you might find there. And so though it's the case that places like the UK, places like a lot of the northeastern US have a lot of people out there metal detecting and looking for cool old stuff, it's not been done hardly at all here in Japan. On either public land or on private land where people have permission, because it's seen as being not something respectable to do. The Ainu claim they're always there. So the Ainu are the traditional people of the north of Japan, as you know, but for other people, I don't know. I don't know what their particular story of themselves is. In part because the Ainu were treated not terribly well, to put it euphemistically, and a lot of their culture doesn't exist anymore. There are Ainu museums up in Hokkaido. We didn't have a chance to go to one. We want to go to one next time we're in Hokkaido. But yeah, the native stories of Japan, or the land we now call Japan, are either non-existent or haven't been translated into English. And so my lack of scholarly Japanese makes me unable to engage with their materials, unfortunately. So it's how it goes. You have a 10 yen coin? Very cool. A couple years back, as a stream giveaway, I sent one of each Japanese coin to a lucky viewer. And I believe it cost more to send it than the value of the coins inside of the envelope. But I thought it was a fun thing to do. I thought it was a good way to spread my experiences here with people all around the world. I've noticed today and yesterday also, I'm leaning on the table more than usual. I think I grew up in a household that said we don't put our elbows on the table. But for whatever reason, I'm like, it's time for comfy resorty story time. Come over here, girl. It's time to have a little bit of tea. Let's spill that tea. Let's have some hot goss. Things like that. But yeah, I'll stand up to my full strength. I will put on a jacket. I think it's time for the games. I think it's time for the games. Should be a good time. And yeah, I'm sure I have more stories to share with you all. I'm sure things will come up here and there, and I look forward to chatting as they do. We have to get ourselves into our Warhammer 3 playthrough pretty soon, and I'm looking forward to doing just that. Looking for some crosswords also. We've been really deficient on playing crosswords throughout the past couple weeks. Hopefully I can remedy that today a little bit. For now though, we move over to the game scene, and we begin to play some little games together. I forgot to do the correct thing. Hello, Fritz. How's old Fritz doing? Yesterday, Fritz was very nervous because there were people visiting the house. He hid upstairs because the man of the couple had a deeper voice, and he is absolutely repelled by men's voices. And so he hid quite a bit. And after our friends had been around for about 2.5 hours or so, I decided it was time to trick him to come downstairs with treats. Not trick, seduce, we'll say. And so I got the treats out and began crinkling them. And I heard his little feet upstairs, crinkling them. And I saw his little head pop around and look down the staircase. And over the course of a minute or so, I managed to get him to come downstairs, and he was so nervous, right? He was doing the shoulders up, going slowly, looking around, wagging his tail in the danger signal. And over the course of about 10 minutes, he chilled out. He was cool staying down for a while, but then he eventually ran back upstairs. But the buddies there, our friends, were very happy to see him, and I hope over the course of having people visit, he will eventually get used to strangers, especially strange men, but so far, no luck, and that's okay. No point in forcing him to be social if he doesn't want to be. No point in insisting that he must come out and make an appearance. I don't know. Anyway, game time. Friends, feel free to guess your way through any of these games. I will be... One moment. Did I close them all? Nope, we're good. Don't you worry, team. I found the correct window. For a brief moment, I thought that somehow, I had closed our browser of many tabs. But don't you worry, they're all safe still. First game of the day, we're going to play ourselves a little round of graph game. Friends, what is the graph of the day? Going from 1760 over here at 19, going up and down as you see, climbing eventually in the far left side in 2019 to 133. What's going on here? That's the question. Interesting drop towards 1800 in kind of a block way. So 5 possibilities. I'll talk through them. You talk through them. Feel free to guess, spoil, whatever you want. I'll just be blathering. So number 1, number of public libraries established globally in thousands. So in 1760, there were 19,000. Libraries. In 2019, there were 133 public libraries established, 133,000. I struggle with that a little bit because I think in the US at least, every city of some size has a public library, and some cities have more than one. I wouldn't be surprised if in the United States alone, there were 10,000 public libraries, something like that. And so we think across the whole world, I don't know. Unfortunately, in the very big population areas, China, India, I don't know what their public library systems are like. I wouldn't be surprised if the public library is an American invention. It's the kind of thing I could imagine, what's his name? French guy, name with a T, is a royal, comes to America to understand the Republic. De Tocqueville. De Tocqueville, I found it eventually. The kind of thing I can imagine Alexis de Tocqueville talking about and saying, wow, the U.S. To democratize and to ennoble their citizens ensures that everyone has access to books. I could imagine that. That said, by 45, of course, American culture is exploding everywhere. But I just don't know. That took me 5 minutes to get to I just don't know. We'll see how this one goes. Number 2, a number of countries where homosexuality is illegal. So of course the case, I would imagine this one going the other direction, going down, 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 down. I have a case for it going up, though probably not this far up. The case for it going up is I wonder if there were places where there was a moral prohibition on homosexual conduct that was so unbelievably strong. I read this backwards. I just now noticed I read that backwards as legal, not illegal. Sorry, I see chat moving. I'm sure you've caught this error. So this seems more in line, with what I was meaning to say, which is sure, it should go up. The illegal story was, is it possible that that countries assumed homosexuality would never happen because of moral approbation, or prohibition rather, and so they didn't think they needed to have a legal version of the same. So they didn't think about making it legal, much like Japan and many drugs were legal here for a long time because of course Japanese people just wouldn't use drugs. Anyway, this seems plausible, but I have no idea what this dip would be. I also have no idea what 19 countries in 1760 would have had this allowed. I don't know. Who knows? The share of global population with access to primary education. This one is wrong because you cannot have 133%. Boom! One eliminated. Number of universities established globally in thousands. The idea of bringing 19,000 universities in 1760 is absurd. So no, it's not that. That said, I believe there has been an explosion of universities created around the world for profit. They're not necessarily state-run institutions, but instead there's a sense that because one can make a lot of money by offering education, there are more and more universities and colleges which, in my view, offer less than great education and treat their employees very poorly. Next up, the share of global population with internet access. Once again, you can't have 133%. So 2 of these are actually really frustrating. Really frustrating ones because they are impossible by the rules of the graph. I do wonder if these are hand selected or if instead they are randomly assigned. So I got these two. I think 19,000 public libraries in 1760 is just not possible, because some part of me is saying, didn't Benjamin Franklin push really hard for these? Probably not invent the idea, but push very, very hard. And if you don't know him, Benjamin Franklin's one of the early Americans, one of the major public intellectuals of the early U.S. experiment. So I'm gonna, I push the X. I push the X. Well, there's guess one, unfortunately. And as usual, I find this a very frustrating response. The response is not that the number is bad, but instead that our library data starts in 1900. Anyway, is it a positive thing? It is! Number of countries where homosexuality is legal was correct the whole time. I nearly talked myself out of the correct one, because I'm a big old dum-dum. Here we go, team. Since 1760, the number of countries where homosexuality is legal has increased by 600%, from 19 to 133 countries in 2019. The shift reflects changes in social norms, increased urbanization, and LGBT advocacy. While the overall trend is positive, it's non-linear. The number remained largely static in the 19th and early 20th centuries before accelerating with the gay rights movements. It could exceed 150 in 2024, but it depends on the march of democratic values and human rights. What on earth happened here, team? What on earth happened here that caused a drop from 32 to 20 in 1834? I assume that one of you fine historian people know exactly what that is. I could make a guess, but it really would be just a guess. Anyway, there you go. There you go. There you go. Rulers of the country changing? I mean, it seems plausible. Maybe countries appeared, were created. Okay. So it might be an artifact not of social mores changing, but instead a change in how many countries existed. Super interesting. I'm always delighted when you all can see perceptions on the data that I myself cannot. For example, we had a nice little moment in the recap yesterday where I said, friends, over the past year, we've picked up, 2,800 new followers. And someone immediately said, Resorty, you're leaving out all the people who unfollowed you. You're right, but that feels bad, man. All right, let's play the globe game. Happy globe game, everyone. We find a country of the world. And today I'm going to make use of my knowledge of east of Liberia. By which I mean, yesterday our lovely friend Korea gave a tip that included our lovely mnemonic for remembering these. It's consequently get the burrito. Consequently get the burrito. So Liberia, consequently. What was it again? Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Benin. I should know Côte d'Ivoire instead. So we're gonna go with Benin. What do you say? Okay, not great. 3,670 kilometers away from good old Benin there. In what direction, who knows? I'm gonna go ahead and throw ourselves to the other side of Africa. I'm gonna do Ethiopia. I don't know how long distances are. It's warmer. 3,580. Friends, get your protractors out. It is time for us to do a bit of big nerd time. It's 3,000 etc. from both of these. So either it's roundabout here, or it's roundabout here. We're going Algeria. We are warmer. It's 965 kilometers from Algeria. Now this is just kind of lucky. This is just kind of lucky in which direction I went. So 965 is not super close. Let's go Poland and probably overshoot the mark. It's 370. All right, it is warmer still. So 9 whatever from here, 37 from what here, and I don't know the distance. I'm assuming it's in between. I'm gonna go Croatia. That's the only nation I know there. Did I mean Croatia? Indeed I did. A Macarena. My friends, it's the great nation of Croatia. I got very, very lucky on old Croatia there, Croatia there. Cause like what, Moldavia or something? We got problems. First Croatia of the day was you again. For whatever reason, Artis de Bonsu, Ari there is the greatest player of this game I've ever seen. I believe for 3 days in a row now, Ari has gotten this first in chat. You all are geniuses, but Ari is the most genius-ist, I'm afraid. Good game, good game, good game. I'd like to do the word of the day. After the word of the day, we'll do the games, and then we'll do a little game called Redactyl, and that will be great. I do not see the word of the day, so it's time to open yet another tab here. The word of the day, my friends, is urbane. Urbane. Do you know this word? If so, put a Y in chat. If you don't, put an N in chat. Urbane. Not urban, urbane. Do you know it? We'll play the noise.
Urbane.
Urbane indeed. What it means, someone described as urbane, is notably polite, confident, or polished in manner. Urbane is also used to describe things that are fashionable and somewhat formal. Here's an example of the same thing. When did my will-filled, childish cousin turn into this urbane young artist greeting the guests at her opening reception? Wondered Elena. So going from a person who's rude and self-centered to instead someone's polite and genteel. The word genteel is probably a good synonym. Hey, I'm seeing a lot of people don't know this word yet. Awesome. Always happy to share a new word with folks. Another example here. We were impressed by the hotel's urbane sophistication. So the hotel didn't just greet you with, "Hey, what room you in? Don't you watch any naughty pictures? You're paying for it." But instead with a, "Madame, welcome. May I carry your luggage?" We think of the urbane as the well-dressed person, the person who is, I don't want to say obsequious, but maybe even a little over the top in their care and attention to manners. Another example in context, the classical meets country house architecture offers a relaxed lifestyle fused with urbane glamour and a thoroughly modern slate of creature comforts. I don't think that's a super useful example. Anyway, here is the etymology and such. I'm assuming that urbane and urban share a common root. Here we go. City slickers and country folk have long debated whether life is better in the town or in wide open spaces, and urbane is a term that springs from the throes of that debate. In its earliest English usage, urbane was synonymous with a close relative, urban, of relating to characteristic of or constituting a city. Both words come from the Latin adjective urbanus, urbane, which in turn comes from urbs, meaning city. How cool is this? Urbs, exurbs, suburbs, all of these share a similar root. The modern sense of urbane developed from the belief, no doubt fostered by cosmopolitan, know-it-all city dwellers, that living in the city made one more suave and polished than did leading a rural life. There you go. So stereotypically, the urbane person is contrasted with the country bumpkin, that kind of thing. There you go. A new word, urbane. I look forward to you using it all the time. Impress your friends, delight your relatives. What synonym of urbane rhymes with felt? Uh-oh. So a word that means urbane that rhymes with felt. Smelt, gefelt, svelte, svelte. Yeah, it's svelte most likely. Now, when I think of the word svelte, I think also a very thin person or a person who's physically in shape. Is that right? Yes. So the primary definition is slender or sleek. The secondary is urbane. I don't think I actually knew this usage of svelte. Which is to say, there may be some books I've read in which I've assumed that characters were very thin as opposed to very, very well put together. Fascinating. There you go, team. The word of the day. Hey, how's it going? Good seeing you, Jack. Svelty is a fun word. Svelty makes me think of like, I don't know, something very slippery or slidey maybe. Hope, Jack, you're having a good vacation still. Thanks for the pictures on Discord. Friends, the Discord channels have been popping recently. That's right, we say popping in this channel. So many people sharing vacation pictures and animal pictures and talking about games. If you've ever considered joining it, now is the time to do so. By now, you'll miss a great deal. You have 30 seconds in order to click that link or you can never click it again. All right, friends, time for the Guess the Game. Friends, what game is this? What game is this you're seeing right here? It's a game with chains. I'm imagining a drawbridge. I'm imagining some giant drawbridge over a moat of death, destruction, and decay. For some reason, I immediately think either some Lord of the Rings game. This is the Mines of Moria being held together, or possibly a Dark Souls game, maybe. A Dark Souls game in which one is trying to avoid a giant dragon that patrols this bridge. I think the forward chain might be a little bit too well rendered to be Dark Souls, but I'm not sure on that. I'm gonna go with Dark Souls, and it'll probably be wrong, but that's okay. I'm gonna say Dark Souls 1, because I love that one most of all. What do you say? Wrong again, Resorty. That is not correct. This game has a Metacritic score of 78%. When I saw the pictures here and the sort of going through ordinary rooms, possibly, I thought of the game What Remains of Edith Finch, made by Annapurna. Oh, incidentally, and I can't look at chat for this, I know that Annapurna Games, that wonderful, wonderful publisher, was closed down abruptly. Oh, no. I believe all of the workers quit, including the head of the studio, because they were so displeased with the behavior of the owner of Annapurna Publisher, who I believe might be the daughter of one of the Microsoft founders. Anyway, this is a long way around the barn to ask the question, does anyone know what's happened to the Annapurna people? Have they started a new studio? Because the loss of that studio breaks my heart. Their publications were always so like emotionally mature, as well as being engaging gameplay. I can't read chat, so I'll read it later, whatever the response is. I have no idea what this game is. All that was to say, there's no way that What Remains of Edith Finch got a 78%. It's a very well-regarded game. This creeper looks like something important to me. It should matter quite a bit. Possibly a zombie person. Not being able to see their eyes is creeping me out. I don't know if that's a bandage or a motorcycle helmet. It looks like maybe a farmer's hat or possibly a grandmother's hat, maybe. I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly what's right there. Because I have no idea, I am going to go with a wrong answer, which is What Remains of, etc. Edith Finch. Great game if you've not played it. Can cause simulation sickness where the game moves in ways that feel bad. It is not that. Hello, big boy. I've played this game. I played this game for Halloween stream probably 4 years ago. You play a small character who tries to sneak by these big old galoots. When I played this game, I thought it was a big old ripoff of Spirited Away. That game set in a sauna, or a bathhouse, an onsen. The game has the word little in the name, because you're playing a very small character. It's not a puzzler, but like there's some puzzling. Oh man, I think it has the word little in it. Can we find it via scrolling through the littles? Oh, there are a lot of littles. There are too many littles, unfortunately. Little Deviants? It's not deviant, but that feels like it might be close to what it is. Little Big Adventure, Little Kitty Big City, we love it. There are 92 littles. Chicken Little, Little Nicky. Wasn't Little Nicky the name of an Adam Sandler film about like being the child of the devil? I never saw it, but it was in that like Adam Sandler releases every idea he's ever had period, and all of them sell very well because he uses strange little voices. Little Samson, a Little Wing, a Little Busters. Oh man, this is not a way to make a guess. Okay, I'm gonna do Dr. Dolittle, which is clearly wrong. Maybe there's not a little in this game's name. Yeah, it is this game 100%. I remember everything about it except for the name. Puzzle platform horror survival. I played this game for Halloween only because I was told there were no jump scares. It's a horror of like the eeriness of the environment as opposed to things suddenly becoming loud or bright. There are one or two striking moments of suddenly this, but nothing that is so upsetting that I shrieked, for example. I'm not going to get it, unfortunately. I'm almost certain I have the game locked down. So to keep things honest here, I'll guess twice more. Is this Fortnite? Is this the game my nephews love so much? Are you Fortnite, maybe? You're not Fortnite. Yeah, here's a little character you play as. Is that a mousetrap? I think she is setting a torch down so they can see things. Is it possible this is that game everyone knows and loves called Jeopardy? Alex Trebek's Jeopardy, possibly? It's not! Alright, team. You can see the gameplay I described there. Sneaking by the big things. What is this game called? Little Nightmares. Little Nightmares is the answer. It was a little word. I just didn't see the nightmares going through. There we go, team. We got it-ish. All right, who got it first? My goodness. Thorn. Thorn said it on, believe, the very first image, which is that super zoomed in chain there. That's absolutely nutso. Well done. Well done to you all. It was indeed Little Nightmares. Man, crazy. Your money's on Dr. Doolittle. If only. All right, what is the game number 2? Hi, Noms.
Hello.
It's good to see you.
Hello.
Would you like to take part in the game and the Redactyl game, and then...
Maybe just game. We'll see how I feel about Redactyl.
See how you feel. Welcome, everyone. Good to see you, Noms.
Hello.
What a lovely hat you have. What a lovely cowl you have on.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I'm covering the haircut I did not get.
Oh, that's right. Do you want to tell us the story real quick?
Yes. I thought I was getting a haircut yesterday. I was supposed to have been getting a haircut 2 days ago. Oops. Everybody was very embarrassed.
Yeah, so how did it actually go when you walked into the place?
They were like, hi. And then I was like, I have a appointment for 10 o'clock. And they're like, what's your name? And I told them, and they said, And then there was a period of time where the man looked at me, and I could tell he was trying to think really hard of how to say this thing that he had to say, but he was afraid that it was offensive. And I wanted to be like, oh, just spit it out.
What is the thing he wanted to say?
He wanted to say, you were supposed to be here yesterday. We tried to call you. You didn't answer. What gives, lady?
He eventually said that he had called.
Yes, but he was very, very, very nice about it.
Yeah. Now, I think it's the case that on Sunday we had a moment where we said, the phone is ringing.
Mm-hmm.
And how do we respond to this kind of thing? The phone is ringing.
I don't know this person.
Literally no one in Japan has our number. Why would anyone be calling us? And we ignore it entirely.
I'm sure everyone does that.
Yeah, I think it's the case that you definitely
don't pick up the phone anymore.
Yeah, it's the what is it? Is the ability to screen one's calls, right? Sort of thing. It's important to leave a voicemail. Absolutely.
And they didn't leave a voicemail, but his explanation was that he thought he had the wrong number because it was apparently, he said, it was like some American English number. And I realized the voicemail is still connected to my American voicemail.
Okay.
Or something?
Is it like the standard computer voice saying, boo-doo-doot, leave a message?
I have no idea.
Or is it you speaking, I wonder?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I love that, though. I love it, though, that they assume that there would be a voicemail in Japanese. Fascinating. You thought it unusual to get a haircut on a Sunday. Yeah, here in the old Japan, Sunday is not really a special day. Sunday evening is family time, but a lot of service businesses are open both Saturday and Sunday, and then take Monday, Tuesday off often.
Well, I think that's normal for hairdressers.
Oh, is it okay?
Yeah, Monday is often closed day for barbershops.
In the U.S., my hairdresser was open on only Saturday, closed Sunday, Monday.
Oh, I thought you meant like only Saturday in the whole week.
No. It was open throughout the week and then Sunday, Monday
It's a
off.
side hustle.
Yeah, in the U.S., I think Sunday is still seen as the particular day of rest, see the Sabbath story, etc. But yeah, so Noms, unfortunately, you can't get a haircut right away, though, because we mentioned it's New Year's, and everyone in the entire country, except for the grocery store, is closed down.
And my climbing gym.
Your climbing gym, very, very good.
And the post office, working hard as usual.
For right now, the post office is open. They will close pretty soon.
No,
they
looked
don't.
this up. The big branch one near us is open tomorrow. They're open on Sundays and holidays.
That's amazing.
But they're working.
Yeah, I thought that New Year's everyone closed down the actual day. I mean, they are working.
The post office is working because they have to deliver all of the New Year's cards.
That's right.
On New Year morning.
Yeah, this is an amazing thing that Japan does. If you give them your New Year's cards by, I think it's the 26th or 27th, they guarantee that they will deliver these special New Year's cards.
Oh, I can't submit it today?
On New Year's Day.
Oh, no.
My
poor uncle.
It's definitely not today.
I'm going to have to, take the train over there and shove it into his post box personally.
I mean, I think the past year we've been late on it twice now, I think. So, yeah, it's amazing to me that they do deliver these special cards on New Year's Day and guarantee they'll get them anywhere in the country. It's really impressive, really impressive.
I'd also like to point out that our guest yesterday had on a cowl that she had made herself, and we discovered that we actually made kind of the same cowl.
May I hold it up a little bit? No one can actually see it. It's not a cowl of many colors that goes all the way down to mid-shoulder level, I suppose.
We made kind of the same cowl because it's the same stitch all the way around.
Yes.
Yours is just Mobius.
Fancy. Yeah, I mean, now we have a Noms chat over on the Discord. I took your keyboard channel, made it Noms chat. If you want to talk about knitting or crocheting or pens or anything you like, you have a place to now do it. Very cool.
My many hobbies.
Absolutely. New Year's cards, like cards saying Happy New Year. Yeah, Tesla, it is similar to Christmas cards in a lot of the West. Also, here in the Resorty channel, we do send out New Year's cards once a year. Unfortunately, we're done with this year's events, but every year for the past 2 years now, I've sent out a New Year's card to anybody who wants it in the whole wide world, and so I will happily send one out to you next year if you want to. But it's a card that on one side you write a little New Year's message, and the other side you write out the person's address in very formal Japanese style. And it's a tradition here.
Well, most people now get them auto-stamped, like auto-made.
It's true.
So you submit your New Year's list to some place like Kinko's, and you pick your design, and they make them all for you.
Absolutely.
Or like stationery stores.
Absolutely.
And then they make them all for you, and they give you a nice stack. I bet they'll even mail it out for you.
Yeah.
So you never have to see or take part in this at all.
Yeah, in case you missed yesterday's stream, I'll bring this part up real quick. I swear we're going to get to the game soon. This is relevant. If you missed yesterday's story time about the year, we discussed the New Year's card situation. Last year we sent out 87, 32 states, 12 countries. This year 150, etc. We have the map here of where we sent them 2023 and then 2024. How cool.
Wyoming!
If you're Mississippi,
Kentucky.
I need your help. I've considered putting up roadside billboards with my face saying want a New Year's card. Anyway, but on the idea of having the computer or the printer print all the addresses, I asked everyone this year to write in their address in the form used in their country that includes all information. Because I was thinking that next year I could have the store go ahead and print out people's addresses on one side and then handwrite the other note. Unfortunately, when I asked people to please do the entire address, Americans include your country, Also, real quick, ad break is coming. We're still in blah, blah, blah time. Terribly sorry. See you in 3 minutes. This is what happened. We have failure countries.
Oh, no.
Number 1, a Portuguese person did not put in their country name. 2 Canadians the same, and 17 Americans did not put in their country of residence at all. More than that, there were 6 Americans with no postal code, and my favorite news of the year, that's the wrong button, 1 American left only their street address.
Oh no.
And I found the rest of their address myself. I found the way to get it to their house anyway. The mail must go through. But I suspect it's the case that if I get people to submit their addresses, I can then go forward and normalize all the addresses to have them printed on the cards.
I wonder if there's a Google function where if you use a Google form, you know how a lot of times these days if you submit your address, then some form says, "Do you mean this?" Maybe you can incorporate that. So just
required
just
fields, yeah.
Or not just required fields, but also because I think it matches up with Google Maps on the back end.
That's really cool. I'll need to look into that. But yeah, I wouldn't mind.
That's a little creepy though.
I wouldn't mind doing it manually, but it would be cool to do it bit by bit by bit. I missed Manitoba part next year. Yes, Canada has not grown at all, unfortunately, from year to year. Thank you, Manitoba, for coming along.
Who's that?
That is just the legend for it.
Okay.
That blue dot is blue means whatever. But in this case, I only used blue, so I didn't label my legend.
Oh, okay.
Whoops.
Okay.
The problem doing required fields for addresses is different countries have different ways of organizing their addresses. So it is possible that what's required in one country won't work well for another country.
You could just do street address 1, street address 2, city, postcode, country.
Yeah, I'll look into it and see what's what. I'll look into it for sure. Anyway, that's for next year's time. I want to keep the good times rolling, and so let's go ahead and look at the old, what's this thing here? Mm-hmm. Yes, the game. Friends, this is the cover of some video game. We've got to guess the video game just by seeing bits and pieces of it come open. It is the case that the average guess today was 6 guesses, which is as many guesses as are possible. So usually on the 6th one, they show some part of the name of the game, and it's easier to guess. So probably you and I are not getting this, Noms. But chat, good luck. We'll be back with you in just a moment here.
I think it'd be funny if it's one of the ones in the background.
Yeah, I do wonder if ever it's the ones in the background. That's a really funny point. I actually didn't notice those were games in the background. I got so focused on the box here. All right, the one thing we see is a person's arm, I believe, possibly jumping down onto someone. Noms, any further thoughts on what we see?
No.
Do you agree with that characterization?
I don't know if they're jumping down, but sure.
It might be like big flex, possibly. I wonder if
this blue is very blue. I don't know if it's part of the publisher's icon or something.
That's my guess. That blue in the bottom left-hand corner is probably something unrelated to the game's story. But yeah, maybe it is like someone's dagger or someone's eye. Who knows? I do wonder if the bracelet, we'll call it that, on the person's arm is important to know. There's some like medieval games in which slaves fight each other. You can break free from the arena by being the greatest prize fighter possibly. So it might be a mark of slavery. I don't know. I'm gonna say it's a wrestling game. Tecmo World Wrestling.
I was like, God of War.
All right, it is not.
2 arms.
It is not the only wrestling game. It is indeed 2 arms and probably a head in between. You're saying it might be what kind of game, Noms?
Oh, I was just making jokes. I was like, is it God of War?
It could be God of War. My guess is that people would know God of War is a more recent game.
Exactly.
But
this is not the one where they give you additional information. Like, Metacritic score, original
this
platform.
one, it just unlocks bits and pieces of the cover until a bit of the name is there. I know in Mortal Kombat, there's some characters who look ridiculously large and strong like this. There's one fellow named Goro, I believe, who has multiple arms. I don't think it's him because Goro is powder white, I do believe.
Oh, that's right. I also feel like Mortal Kombat would not have a background that looks like this.
Okay, a background that's black.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I'm gonna go with another fighting game. Let's go with like the very first Street Fighter. I've never played it, I've never seen it, but sure, it could be that. It is not that. Wrong franchise, wrong saga, unfortunately. Holy cow! This is the first Mortal Kombat.
Oh boy. Oh,
Or it's-
so exciting.
wait.
So exciting.
It's a K.
Yeah, so exciting.
Is it actually the first one? It's not. This is in fact Goro. This is in fact Raiden or Raiden, I can't remember. He's a god of electricity. So it's one of the Mortal Kombats. Maybe Goro is only powder white in the movie, but there are unfortunately 11 Mortal Kombats. So
Did it tell you? Oh, correct franchise
and saga, yeah. So let's say it's Mortal Kombat 2. So this is why people took so many guesses, because it's just not clear which one it is.
Oh dear.
Okay, we have one more guess where chat tells what it is. Oh man, I never know it's Goro by one arm. Again, K for combat. Is it Mortal Kombat 3? Wrong, you fool! Alright, team, we looked at chat. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Mortal Kombat, we're thinking, is an early one before number 4. It's probably 3. So we've guessed Mortal Kombat 2, and Mortal Kombat 3. So maybe Mortal Kombat 4, we're saying? Maybe Mortal Kombat 4? Or Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3? I guess the question is, how long is the title here? It could be Ultimate Mortal Kombat? Maybe it's Mortal Kombat 1 with the number 1. Oh, is the first Mortal Kombat not Mortal Kombat? It's always strange to me to have a game that's called number 1, because it's assuming a series. I'm gonna do 4. If it's wrong, that's okay. Hey, we got it! Good job, team. It was Mortal 4 Kombat. And the blue was Raiden's sash there. Oh man, so many quarters went into this game. Like a truly ridiculous amount of money went from my paper route into the local movie stores, the local movie stores arcade machine. Nam, were you an arcade player at all?
Only a little bit.
A little bit. Okay. Did you play this one in particular?
I don't think so. I think I played Street Fighter.
Yeah, I played Street Fighter 2 also. I really enjoyed it. I never quite understood combos. It's not that I was a stupid child. It's just that I was a child who did not have access to the books that taught one how to do special moves. And this is back in the day before you learned the special moves from stickers on the machine. And so I remember playing Street Fighter and other people playing against me as Ryu and Ken and so on, and yelling Hadouken and throwing fireballs and big punches. And I would do the basic punches and kicks and lose every time. But it's fun enough word it anyway. Fun enough. Real quick, I do want to see Goro and see if he was white in the movie. Mortal Kombat movie. Oh
wow, look at that.
Yeah, I mean, he's not exactly white. He's whiter than in the game, certainly. But yeah, there you go. Big old Goro. Now, you said, Nams, the word Goro is an onomatopoeia in Japanese.
Goro, only if it's doubled.
Goro means what exactly?
It's the sound of something substantial rolling downhill.
A big thing rolling downhill. Unlike Koro, which is the sound of...
a small hollow thing rolling downhill.
And the sound gacha?
Gacha? That's like... yeah, shaking something.
Things shaking together.
Gacha.
Now,
which is different from kacha.
Kacha, which is bigger things,
no,
right?
Smaller things.
Smaller thing.
It's hollower. It's a hollower sound. Kacha is a hollower sound than gacha.
Japanese has so many onomatopoeias, and it is so confusing to me. I do wonder if Goro here is so called because he's large and rolls around.
Maybe that should be my hairstyle.
That's a pretty cool hairstyle. Before the top knot, there was the Goro knot. Something he's flying into space with that one. Friends, it's time for Dactyl. It's time for Dactyl. Last time I played was good old Leibniz. Many of you were very cranky that I knew the answer to this one largely before we began, and I would not tell you what it was. So good old Leibniz there. Let's see what today's is. You're in 30-second slow mode. You have one guess every... one guess every 30 seconds. Give me what you got and we'll type it into the game. It is striking. It's a blank of blank. Definitely the rules involving prepositions and so on make it a little bit too easy. So it's probably a person, probably a battle, that kind of thing.
Oh, I was like, Prince of Persia.
Maybe. So I'm going to put
It's a game.
Philosophy in, potato in. Noms, you're going to say Prince?
No.
All right, Noms, do you have a first guess you want to include? No. Okay. If you have one, let us know. For now, I'll type my way through your things. History, number 1. There's 7 histories. Are you a cheater? Do we ban you now, Steve? So, not only is history in the puzzle, it's in the title. Well done. First, there are 94 firsts. Battle. History. Good job, history teacher Steve. You say history every day. Today is right. How about good old Wittgenstein? Any Wittgensteins here? No Wittgensteins, unfortunately. How about the word country? There are 13 countries. Science. There's only 7 sciences united. There are 21 uniteds. Duke of Earl. There's none of those. How about republic? There are no republics. How about system? There are 15 systems. How about fall? 3 falls. How about war? There are 4 wars. Prince, very good. There are no princes. Age, there are 3 ages. Mongolia, there are 0 of those. End, 7 ends. Year, 10 years. Pickles, there are 0.
History of pickles.
No pickles, unfortunately.
I think
Space.
history of pickles would be a very interesting one.
It's true. It's true. Friends, there are 159 uses of the word space. That is amazing. History, space, good words. Nam, anything you want to share? You want to guess?
No.
Okay, make sure you include it if you want to be, but not right now. Good job on space. States. There are 20 states here. Kingdom. 1 kingdom, well done. Space flight, all one word, there are 45. There you go, team. We are well below the average guess count today. People who are scrolling through and looking at every single word, every single edition, are not as good as you all. On this day, we may say we are the greatest of Twitch channels. So Steve got history, and then spaceflight was Shadow Avatar. Congratulations to you both. Really, really, really good guesses. Spaceflight began in the 20th century following theoretical and practical breakthroughs by Konstantin Tislovsky, Robert H. Goddard, and Erwin Oberth, each of whom published works proposing rockets as a means for space flight. The first successful large-scale rocket programs were initiated in Nazi Germany by Werner von Braun. The rockets go up, who cares if they come down? That's not my job, says Werner von Braun. The Soviet Union took the lead in the post-war space race, launching the first satellite, the first animal, the first human, and the first woman into orbit.
All simultaneously.
I understand what's happening here, but just the particular phrasing makes you think, women aren't humans.
Also, humans aren't animals.
These aren't animals, yeah. I understand the importance, but it just feels strange. Anyway, the United States would then land the first men on the moon in 1969. Through the late 20th century, France, then the United Kingdom, Japan, and China were also working on projects to reach space. Cool. Cool.
I'm assuming all of those things that got launched by the Soviet Union made it back.
That is not correct. I believe it's the case the first animal launched to space died in space.
So wasn't it a chimp or something?
I think it was a dog.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here. Soviet first animal in space. Yeah, Laika.
Oh.
Is Laika's body still in space?
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Electrons transmitted Laika's vital signs back to Earth, revealing the space dog died after her 4th orbit when the capsule overheated. 5 months later, after thousands of orbits, Sputnik 2, referred to as space coffin turned shooting star, fell back to Earth, disintegrating with Laika's remains. There you go. But for science, for progress.
What kind of dog was Laika?
Oh boy. Okay. Then I got to get the game time. These fine people are waiting for the video games. It's gonna be that kind of thing right there.
Oh, what a cutie!
There you go. There you go.
And look, they were on a stamp.
They wore a stamp. It's the sad story.
But what a cutie!
What a cutie indeed. I don't know what to say about this. Like, of course, like certain consent noises come to mind in a big way on this kind of thing.
She
but
looks happy. Oh, you can get wallpaper. You can get like a wallpaper. That's so cute.
Yeah.
I like a plush.
But I think, oh man, this is gonna be one of these big sad topics, unfortunately. I really just trying to avoid the sadness.
I was thinking like a plush, and then some child is like, I'm launching her into space. Pew!
Yeah, I think like the overall comment I want to make, and it's very sad, but we'll stop quickly, is dogs are social animals. Dogs like hang out and get very excited to engage with other animals. And I don't know how long an orbit of space takes, or an orbit of the Earth takes. Feels bad, man.
Are you saying they should have launched 2 dogs together into space?
I'm not sure what I'm saying. I'm just saying I could imagine an animal being very confused, very lonely, and very scared.
It also just doesn't look like a very large space.
Yeah.
I don't think she could even turn around.
Yeah. They may have put poison in her last food capsule to make the ending more humane.
Because I imagine this is what she went up in. This thing.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I think this is her capsule. Okay. This topic is going to be heartbreaking. So, friends, good job on the redactyl. Good job on the history of spaceflight. This is a topic. Yeah,
Maybe we should discuss how recently some people came back from space. Yay!
All right, let's see here.
Okay.
One second. Hang on a second. Surely these are all drawn by real people with their real human invention. Oh yeah, I forgot about this guy. Oh, this astronaut has his dogs in the picture with him.
That's nice.
Aw, who are little cuties here? Hello, little cuties.
Maybe you could ask, that bot DALL-E to generate a picture of Laika in space being happy.
No.
Why are we looking at astronaut puppies?
Because now I've replaced a sad astronaut puppy story with happy puppies. But yes, this
that guy's amazing.
Yeah, he's
That's
a
cool.
real astronaut who decided not to be a serious guy in his photo. It says official photo astronaut guy with puppies. After the photo shoot, Melvin had to change and the milk bones were all gone. The dog started barking. A security guard came in and asked, "There are dogs in there," Melvin said. We said, "No, it's a doggy screensaver." That's great.
But they must have missed him when he was in space.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the same way that our cat missed us when we were on vacation. But, I think that's very different than having them go visit space themselves.
Fritzward would not have known. Maybe we were in space for all he knew.
Yeah, Cat Fritz is not exactly sure where we go when the door closes and we don't come back.
This is such a fancy castle.
It is such a fancy castle indeed.
Wow.
I actually don't know what faction that is. Looks like it might be Grand Cathay and people like that because of the lovely Asian-inspired... Oh, no, Tradle! Thank you. I missed a game today. Thank you for knowing the games.
I was going to say, there's even a... what do you call it? A lens flare. Like we are in an not AJ Jacobs. Let's try that again. What's his bucket movie? Who's that guy who always has lens flares in
Oh,
his...
I'm not sure, but... Pew!
Yeah.
Pew! Yeah, it looks nice.
Yeah.
Okay,
J.J. Abrams, thank you.
Nice.
Not A.J. Jacobs.
Have you ever seen a movie called For All Mankind, where the Soviets landed on the moon first? I've not seen that. The only alt history show I've seen is Man in the High Castle, which is a strikingly good book and show.
I thought you were going to say Civil War.
Oh, I did see a Civil War movie. I think I fell asleep during it. Is that correct?
It might have been. There was just too much pew 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 shooting and running.
That's right. I had been told it was like a fascinating story about politics and people's values and so on. It was just a lot of shooting. All right, friends, welcome to the Travel Cradle.
This is when I leave.
Noms, have a lovely...
Bye-bye.
I suspect the Americans have looked at this country with dollar signs in their eyes.
They also give the world non-fillet fresh fish.
Absolutely. Nom, it's been good to see you.
I'm a little bit curious to know what country this is.
All right, so 285 billion is a fair amount of money indeed. 54% of their economy is finished petroleum, 20% is crude, 2% refined, and they send some electricity out. The fish also. Is this Venezuela? I don't know what portion of Venezuela's economy is gas, but I know it is one of the OPEC members. I can imagine they have fish also because they're on a part of the ocean, I think. I guess it's the case like Saudi Arabia is on the water, Kuwait the same. I'm guessing it's Middle East. Which one, though, I have no idea. With numbers like that, I'm going to go ahead and say it's Saudi Arabia. It probably is not. I expect it's too small to be Saudi Arabia, but let's check and see what's what. All right, 75. Wow! 75%. It's 5,000 kilometers to the northwest. Norway. Norway has a whole bundle of petroleum. They use it to fund state education and healthcare and so on. Is it Norway? There you go. There you go. Good job, team. I knew Norway had a whole bundle of petroleum, but I assumed they had other things also. That's crazy, 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 crazy. Wait. Fish and aluminum. It's Norway. Ari gets it first again. All right, rest of chat, I need you all to step it up. We cannot have one person winning all of the map games every single day. We need to send chat to school. You all need to be working harder on your preparations for the game, lest one person embarrasses us all every single day. What I see there very early on is petroleum plus aluminum. That's Norway. Hey, well done, well done. Oh, Shadow was first? Shadow was first. I missed Shadow. I see Shadow saying Saudi Arabia as first guess. I don't see anyone in Norway before Artiste. Yeah, not seeing that, unfortunately. Anyway, it's amazing. That's amazing. Hammer on the nail that sticks up. Yeah, obviously, someone has done these already. Obviously, they're just putting the answers in. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Well done. What a fun time. All right, all of the games are now done. Thank you for everyone who is here for the opening blah, blah, blah and games. What a good time. We've been live now for almost 2 hours. As I mentioned earlier, when I talked to some friends yesterday who learned about streaming for the first time, they thought that this right here was the entirety of streaming, where you play video games and comment on them. And I said, no, we usually start the first hour and a half, 2 hours with me blathering along about this and that. And they could not believe that anyone would watch this, and yet here we are together having a good time. So thank you very much. Baconitis, appreciate that Prime sub. Thank you for being with us today. It's Lovely day in the neighborhood. Would you be, could you be, won't you be my neighbor? Absolutely lovely. Okay. From the new campaign. The Greenskin campaign is probably salvageable. I had a fun time with it though, and I want to continue learning the different starts of the game. And so today I'm interested in trying a brand new playthrough. We'll do that definitely. They tell our friends that some people's streams involve hot tubs. No, because they were leaving. And my friend is a very strong and vocal feminist, which I appreciate. It's great talking to her. But I suspect if I'd raised that, she would not have gone away. They stayed longer than they should have in some sense. They stayed till almost 11:30 after arriving at 6. It was great conversation, but I didn't know how to get her to go away. And with her, because she's more friends with noms than I am, I didn't want to be my standard self, which is, I am now tired, thank you for visiting, if you'd please go away, right, this kind of thing. So I don't want to do my standard routine. And so the way in which I tried to indicate it was time for her to go away was I just stopped asking questions. So usually I like to keep conversation going by opening questions and getting views on things. And so instead, after a while, I became more declarative in my responses, and yet the conversation continued on for a while beyond where I wanted it to. Anyway, not a good topic for getting out of the door, but no, she's starting to learn about Twitch, and she maybe next time we'll talk about the way in which people use Twitch for just chatting, for presenting ideas, for bringing people to museums, and for wearing somewhat skimpy clothes and sitting in water and saying like, hey, thanks, baby, for every subscription. That's right. Hey, thanks, baby. Here we go. Someone asked earlier that which DLCs I have. Unfortunately, I don't know. I do at this point have all of the main games. Usually each time we do a new start, I get a new DLC that's relevant to that start. Apparently Bretonnia has no relevant DLC, or I already owned it. I'm not sure which one. But when I went ahead and pulled this up, there are no characters marked as thou hath not unlocked the DLC. I'm not sure. Anyway, what's the story of the Bretonnians? We're playing this time. Here we go. Perform chivalrous acts to gain powerful boons and call upon the strength of the Green Knight. Is this Sir Gawain and? Follow a code of honor and pledge lords and heroes to partake in troths and vows. Manage the peasant population's tenure between farms and armies to ensure the economy remains strong. Should there be a comma or a period there? These are base game. How long has this game been out? Wait, follow a code of honor and pledge lords and heroes to partake in troths and vows. Manage the Dudes, if a game has been out this long, fix your tooltips. Game is unplayable. Let's uninstall. Anyway, we need to be good guys. We need to be good guys and help the peasants and drive out the evildoers, etc. Bretonnia specializes in riding down their foes with powerful heavy cavalry, supported by copious amounts of expendable peasant infantry and archers. These units buy time and space for mounted knights to charge, to fall back, and to charge once more. Those of you who have played this one, does horseplay, does horseplay eventually get repetitive? I think it's the case that most of the races have a clear identity. What they do best is X. In this case, it's clearly charging with horsemen is best. So does it get kind of repetitive after a while? We'll still play it though. Bretonnia is a feudal society split between the rich nobles, their gallant knights, and the lowly peasant class toiling in the fields. I have some lovely mud. Would you care for some mud, sir? If you want, you can dry it out. It becomes dirt. If you heat it up, it becomes mud gas. I've played Auction Not Included. The Knights of Bretonnia, the flower of its military, have a code of chivalry that forms an unbreakable duty to protect its subjects, and when called to war, are considered by many to be the most powerful heavy cavalry in the old world. However, a Bretonnian army rarely consists of knights alone, and so ranks of solid, if unremarkable, foot troops and peasant levies are provided to soak up damage from unchivalrous cannons and other ranged devices. It is impolite to use certain kinds of weapons. Shame on them. Consequently, get the burrito. $5 tip. Thank you. Says Bretonnia does not have supply line, so you don't suffer upkeep penalty for recruiting additional lords. It's expedient to recruit additional lords so they complete vows, reducing certain cavalry units by 75%. Okay, so get lots of lords to get cheaper armies, make bigger armies. Thank you. Consequently, get the burrito. Coated Ivory, Ghana, Togo, Benin, maybe. Thank you for the $5 tip. So generous of you to keep the old stream going. All right, in these times of needs, the Knights of Bretonnia ride forth with lances dipped and a prayer to the lady on their lips. We are noble people through and through. Hey, Eric, son of Bruce, amazing name. The game's on sale. It's better to buy Warhammer 1 or Warhammer 3 and get all the stuff for it. So I've never played Warhammer 1. I only started on 3. I played just Warhammer 3 initially with no DLC, with no nothing but the base game, and had a good time. If you have all the money in the world and can buy all the DLC, it will indeed really open the game. When you come to this screen, you can do any start you want to with any possible character. They're all playable, it's all wonderful. But I think for the actual playthrough, there's no particular reason to have, for example, the Lizard Man DLC. Game is something loud. The Lizard Man DLC, if one intends to only play as elves, for example. So you can build up gradually. But sure, if you have all the money for all the DLC, get all the DLC. It's a great game. I've only played it for how long now? About 150 hours or 40 hours, and I've loved every minute of it, but there you go, that's my story. Jay, thank you for the Prime sub also. So kind. We're playing the Grand Knights the first time ever. There are 4 possible lords. The first one, and I will now offer a comment that I will not be saying again, though I should say it over and over again. These characters have what is called a French accent. There is no possible way I will pronounce any name correctly. While you are welcome to try to correct my pronunciation in chat, it's useless. I will never say these names correctly. Where did I rank this game on my 2024 year in review? Yeah, for me, this was game number 1 of the year. Game number 1 of the year. I loved more than any other I played this past year, so yeah, I offer my highest possible endorsement. Number 1 is Lioncourt. I believe that ends with Lionheart or Lionhearted. I'm not going to read through everyone right now. I'll just pick one of them and go with them. Number 2, I should read this part here, a little tag here. King Louis rides out from Coron with the blessings of the lady to eradicate evil from Bretonnia's land and beyond. He is the lion-hearted. Number 2.
My reputation precedes me.
My hesitation. The Duke of Bordeaux embarks upon his long-desired grail quest from the Bretonnian colony of Bretonnia on the coast of L'Ustria. Albric de Bordeaux. A man with a giant, very cool-looking hat. I'm all about that hat. He's a long sword. Looks like a trident is insignia. So I assume that he's a coastal person, as mentioned. Higher rank knights. Looks really, really cool. Number 3.
Who wishes the grail?
The Fey Enchantress. She channels the Lady to wield powerful magic against all threats to her home of Carcassonne. So this is the Lady in the Lake who ensures that King Arthur is blessed in some way. I love that she's floating, but unfortunately I feel like I see the strings that are holding her up. I think it's a little too obvious how she's floating back and forth there. Or she's a ghost, your choice. Last one here is
Bretonnia, I fight.
Réponse de Lioness. Looks like the Joan d'Arc character, obviously, has a blessing on her sword. What gets me here is carrying that kind of blade on horseback. From my own playthroughs of various medieval games, she either has the world's strongest wrists to wield that one-handed on the side, or she's gonna chop apart her own horse. Your call, your call. Réponse walks in the footstep of ancient errantry knights amongst the coast of Araby's haunted dunes, smiting Bretonnia's enemies in the lady's name. So I've gotta say, of the 4 characters, I think this one might stand out most as just a really cool looking character. Now, I don't know much about the historical Joan of Arc other than the bits that are taught in grammar school, but I've always found the character super interesting as being someone who didn't follow the standard path of a woman at her time, as someone who potentially inspired a lot of people. And so yeah, this one appeals to me just on basic reading. More control, people believe in her. Cheaper hero cost, so her army should have a bunch of single named characters because they're cheap. Better melee defense for any questing knight, those are. But she hates, and is hated by the vampires and the wandering undead folks. She has a special ability called the Halo of Maidenly Wrath. The power of the lady shone from her palms like a halo, her sword and armor glowing with the brilliant light of divine retribution. It leads to a 15-meter blind effect explosion against multiple characters that doesn't affect friendlies. So blinding leads to lower defense, lower attack, and lower accuracy. So for 10 seconds, your army becomes significantly better. I wonder if this is a good counter to the Greenskin Wog, when they get a tremendous boost to all of these same things for only about 10 seconds. Maybe a way of keeping one's front line safe when the Greenskins go nutso. So like I said, I think this one appeals to me most, but I've seen in chat from a couple people now that this is a harder start. And so it might be worth playing as the starter character in order to learn the game better. Though I've got to say that this guy's hat really appeals to me. Income from ports bonus. We have to control the ports. No bonus to anything else. Oh, are you a pirate king? Immune to high seas reef and storm attrition. Oh, that's too bad. I thought he was a land-based character, but I don't feel like playing pirates, unfortunately. So no, we're not going to do the high seas this playthrough. All right. Boring standard character. Have I played a game in Lustria? I don't know what that means. I assume that Lustria is a place, but I don't know. I can tell you about Azeroth and Kalimnador, so it's called, sure. I can tell you about those all day long, but what's Lustria? I know there's like some important mountains the dwarfs live in. There's a forest where the big tree man lives, And there's that one little arc area where the high elves have all their little houses. Illustrious in the southwest. It's mostly lizard men. No, I've not played the lizard man land at all. I have had a scout run through it at one point, but no. There are many areas of the game I just know nothing about. Currently, we're bouncing back and forth between pretty races and ugly races. Now, not to say that beastmen are unattractive. If you're into that, I don't want to yuck your yum. But at some point, we'll probably play beastmen or lizardmen or other southern ugly people. Maybe. That said, we're in the direction of the pretty people now, so I want to try playing as Bretonnians to learn how to play with horses, notably. In every playthrough we've done so far, we've had some cavalry, but that cavalry has been more used for distraction or taking out archers, as opposed to really getting engaged with the armies. So we'll see how it goes. All right, moves farther, all armies. Also, bigger leadership aura for any lords, I guess embedded lords, when they're attacking. So not only does he inspire everyone with his mighty armor, his fancy jeweled necklace. Isn't that a good way to dull your sword? Isn't that a really good way to dull your sword jamming into the ground? What are you doing, brother? That's not good. His ceremonial sword he brings out from what I did. Like, he's a very inspiring figure, but his subordinate lords would be quite inspiring also. More chivalry, we'll learn that eventually. He starts with all the knightly vows unlocked. Is this cheating? Has he installed a vow hack in the playthrough? So he gets the highest level things and no one else does? Gets the blessing of the lady. So what I love about this special ability is it's passive, so I don't need to think about it. So constant 15% damage resistance. And that one means, well, all damage reduced by 15%. I think that's right. That's pretty good. More leadership against chaos, greenskins undead, and more attack against much the same. So the standard's kind of pious paladin, fight against evil, doing the good. I really hope we don't end up fighting ratmen, because most of my playthroughs have been in areas where there's just ratmen everywhere. I would love to fight against Warrior of Chaos and Chaos Dwarves and Demons of Chaos and Undead. I know very, very little about any of those. So, all right, by your recommendation.
Demoiselle de guerre.
Champion of the lady.
I will never.
Strength and
I'm not sure. This is one of those moments where I have a strong desire. And as a streamer, one should do the things that one wants to do. Follow your heart. That is very nice. One should do the things that one wants to do. I recognize, though, that I might be setting us all up for disaster. It's one of these things where maybe this will be fun, or maybe the entire playthrough will be over in 10 minutes. All right, we'll see. Don't listen to us? Oh, my goodness. If I don't listen to chat, what am I going to do? Also, Steve, if you're saying not to listen to us, does that mean I should listen to you all? Oh, no idea. All right, what is the story of our lovely lady on her lovely horse? Keeper's Fang with the tier 2 resubscription for 19 months in a row. Follow your heart. This is the way in which I'm able to give responsibility to others. If someone gives me money to do something, I'm happy to do it. But yeah, we'll be choosing Jeanne d'Arc here and see how it goes. What is her story? Rapal was born in 1990 IC. She's one of these younger millennials, and grew up as a humble and devoutly religious shepherdess in Lyonce. In 2007 IC, what does IC mean? Yeah, I have no idea. A chaos horde invaded, besieged the city of Coron and slew King Louis the Brave as he fought in its defense. Chaos Raiders soon spread out across the land, burning and destroying. At this dark moment, amid the smoking ruins of her own village, Rapal saw the Lady of the Lake, who told her to rid the land of these invading forces. Rapal donned armor from a slain knight. That's disgusting. It's a tainted item. That's -5 mood points. Grabbed the reins of a terrified warhorse, then broke open the reliquary of the village Grail Chapel and took up its ancient sword. We carry with us the burden of our city after Raoul Julia has come and destroyed it all. We have the sword of our faith. Snatching a tapestry with the fleur-de-lis to use as a banner, she rode forth to rally the disheartened knights of Lyon. When the knights saw a mere damsel bravely setting off to do battle with the mighty warriors of chaos, they were shamed and felt honor-bound to follow her to death or glory. That day, Coron was saved, and the enemy were pursued to the sea and justly put to death. In gratitude, King Louis the Young bestowed upon Rapin not only all the honors of knighthood, but also the dukedom of Lyon. Lyonce. Lioness. Okay, friends. I feel so inspired. So the lore tab is always very, very good. This is apparently Imperial Calendar. So she's born in 1990, and then in 2007 she found her mission. 2007 the economy collapsed, right? I've decided that IC is just our own timeline, and she is roughly my age. I'm gonna say I was almost a 90s kid. This is not true. That's great. Now, unfortunately, because I'm so inspired by this, I'm going to be absolutely heartbroken when the power of her faith, the power of her tradition, the power of her community in her is not enough to defeat chaos. You might recall I've mentioned before the end of Freud's Civilization is Discontents, a book he writes about the First World War. So the higher class, the elites of Europe, believe they've ended all of war. They've hit this period of peace through the stable European nations, and then the First World War comes and destroys their understanding of themselves. And so how is it that we had absolute peace and then absolute destruction? Things fell apart so much. And Freud has this idea that we never fell so far because we never rose so high. It's just like, look, we were never in that perfect position. So settle down. We got a little better maybe, and things dropped off a little bit. Fine. But it's not the case that we should go all the way up and all the way down. There's a long argument there, which is super interesting to me. But as I read this, as I think about any video game I ever want to play, I need to keep in mind it's never going to be as good as I think it is, and so it won't be quite as heartbroken when it falls apart. Letting you know where you can read more about what I just talked about. Seldom, unfortunately, when I finish a sentence, I forget it entirely on stream. So if you'd ask a fuller question over on Discord in the book club channel or serious discussion, I can tell you more. If you want to know the book I just mentioned, it's called Civilization and Its Discontents. I'm not a Freudian. I think that Freud has some real problems as a scientist, as a scholar in some measure. But his ideas are super, super interesting. And even if he's not right about the causal mechanics or particulars of his story, it is still one heck of a story and does describe certain cultural moves really interestingly. So there you go. Civilization is Discontents. I don't recall how hard of a book it is. I don't think it's that difficult among the Freud works. Anyway, having discussed Freud, it is now time for us to push the start campaign button and see if we can be the lady who is blessed. Looks pretty cool. I think we get an opening video, don't we? Welcome to opening video time. Maybe. Once fertile, populous, and prosperous, the land of the dead has been ravaged by centuries of war and neglect. Here, the searing heat of the desert sun is the least of any wandering traveler's worries, for the taint of Nagash's great ritual still lingers from the distant past. In this ghost-haunted realm, countless unquiet spirits and elementals flit around great mortuary temples and dark tombs, their cries heard screaming in the wind. Yet still there are those who would brave this cursed place for causes both righteous and covetous. Ooh, we're the righteous side, friends. Righteousness in our veins. Peasant girl, somehow you learned to use a sword. Oh, it's magic. You know. I'm so pleased that the game didn't load during my story time. Friends, I think we get a video now. Here we go.
I fear no evil, for I am guided by the Lady's will. She watches over me and shows me the way.
Why didn't we get a video? Don't some starts get a video, or am I just forgetting what game I'm playing? I think I've been cheated. I'm gonna refund all of the DLC I own in order to get more videos. Friends, we fear no evil. It is time to recite the Lord's Prayer together. Our King of France, who are, etc. The old campaigns do not get videos. Okay. Should we make a video for her? With my substantial knowledge in how to record things and use a green screen, I will dress up as a peasant girl. How they play Chevaliers de Lyon. Eradicate enemies of fellow Bretonnian factions. To be given the option to form errantry confederations. So this is similar to how the Greenskins play, I guess. Fascinating. I was thinking they were going to ally with other Bretonnians and convince them to follow the light. Instead, we have to wait. I misread. This is the second time this happened today. Eradicate the enemies of the Bretonnians, and then we can confederate. I thought it was, let's go attack the Bretonnians and show that King of France he ain't nothing compared to the will of the lady. Not we good. So fight other folks to confederate. Good. Garrison my armies in settlements, spread them with water supplies, granting temporary immunity to desert attrition. Oh, we're in a desert. I had absolutely no idea on that. Win battles and avoid unchivalrous actions. To progress through chivalry levels, I assume it's this up here, yeah. And receive bonuses, including access to the Green Knights. Achieve heroic victories to grant your armies the blessings of the lady, protecting them against physical damage. Complete challenges pledged by your characters towards vows and troughs to gain powerful rewards. And lastly, maintain balance in the use of peasants between the armies and farms to avoid adverse economic effects. Wow. There are so many things to keep track of. I'm used to having to keep track of, like, how's the control doing? Am I closer to a WOG? So, number one, fight bad dudes. Fine. Number two, we need water to go through the desert. Number three, chivalry gives Green Knight. So higher chivalry, more leadership, more characters, etc. Our chivalry is currently 98. Gained for winning battles, with greater victories gaining more. It can be lost from unchivalrous actions like sacking settlements or raiding. So gain. Large traits also have a large impact on factions' overall chivalry level. Make sure we have good people, no evil people. Okay. Who's the Green Knight? Powerful hero who emerges from Bretonnian factions their hour of greatest need. The Green Knight excels in battle, but only appears for a limited period of time. So the Bretonnian Wog. A question for you friends, may there be more than one Green Knight in the game simultaneously? Or if another faction gets the Green Knight first, can I not get them for a time then? Is there a cooldown on the Green Knight? He needs a vacation after all this nonsense. The blessings of the lady for heroic victories. Protection of some sort. Complete challenges with vows and troughs. A Bretonnian knight's way of life is built on a code of honor. Everybody needs a code, under which solemn knightly vows are taken in service to the king and the lady. By completing various pledges, characters can progress to all the way finding the Grail and attaining the lady's blessings. And lastly, we need to use some peasants in armies and farms. Bretonnian factions either as lance fodder to be sacrificed in battle, look how noble we are, peasants you will die for me, or for working in the field to provide income. Okay, I assumed the reference to peasants was just, hey, when you build your little archers or your spearmen, they're not very good. But it seems they're actually a mechanic where you only have so many peasants, you have to move them around. Fascinating. Fascinating. I want to see my character's traits, I think. Do you have traits? I don't remember how this works. Or do only lords have traits, possibly? I don't know what happens here. You're a knight! Witnessing friendly units with peasant attribute route does not affect the unit's leadership. Horse named Suleiman. Isn't Suleiman the name of a mighty conqueror? Is Suleiman one of the generals who fought against the Crusades, maybe? I'm not sure on that one. Or she stays on foot. Seeing her on horse could be very, very cool, but I do kind of wonder if being on foot is better to do more damage and not be a large character. Interesting. Commandeered as a riderless war horse of a slain knight, Suleiman boldly charges her pawns into battle at the apex of her feared lance formation. This is the part where I remember we're playing as horsemen. The idea of having my mighty maiden go on foot is absurd. Resorty, never say those words again. Here are vows. She's completed the pledge to knowledge as a knight's vow. When the clarion call is sounded, I will ride out and fight in the name of the liege and lady. While I draw breath, the lands bequeathed to me remain untainted by evil. Honor is all, chivalry all. So we didn't get to choose her early vows. Number 2, I set down my lance, symbol of duty. I spurn those whom I love. I relinquish all and take up the tools of my quest. No obstacle will stand before me. No plea for help shall find me waiting. No moon will look upon me twice lest I be judged idle. I give my body, heart, and soul to the lady whom I seek. Pledge to campaign. The questing vow makes questing knights cheaper. We can move farther and better weapon strength on the questing knights and the companion of Quenelles. Knight's vow here makes knights errant, Pegasus knights, etc. cheaper. All right, so knights. And then lastly, the Grail. That which is sacrosanct I shall preserve. That which is sublime I will protect. That which threatens I will destroy. For my holy wrath will know no bounds. Okay. Pledge to untaint. Destroy a legendary lord of the bad dudes. Pledge to valor. Kill 5 enemy lords. Pledge to destroy. Destroy settlements. Cool. I'll think about these. I don't want to choose poorly here. And then quests. She'll get one eventually. I look forward to that at level 7. Okay, let's push some buttons and see what is what. We've met the faction of the Rockfa Dynasty. Looks like some Tomb Kings and the Famished. Some big boys who want to eat well today. I remember vaguely from one of my other plays that there's one Tomb King who likes humans. I think this character's in the East. I think their character might begin with an A. I wonder if we should try to make contact with that person and see what happens. I'm not sure. Friends, we've yet to unpause the game, and yet it's time for a quick little ad break. 3 minutes of ads help the stream do its thing. As you probably saw in yesterday's end of year countdown, it is the case that ad breaks and Twitch Turbo pays for half of all the money I make throughout a year. So thank you for your generosity in watching the ads and hanging out. On the other side of the ads, we will indeed go ahead and start the game. I swear, between now and then, may I play the crossword, or is the game gonna hang up like it did last week? Warcraft takes a whole bundle of energy, we'll call it, to make it work well. Let's see. You gonna work? Uh-oh, looking a little laggy. We tried last time to turn off hardware acceleration. Thanks Game Urchin for helping me do that, but it's still unfortunately having some troubles. Shake as a tail is gonna be wag. Let's see if we can type in wag without this thing falling apart. 1, 2, 3. Okay, very good. Hemingway cats have an extra one. Hemingway cats. We'll give an extra for the cat. Paw. Claw. Look and see what 35 down is. If a W in the end works, I'll say claw probably. That's 4 letters. All right, the down here is, there we go, works the theater aisles informally. This is one of those words that's incredibly disgusting. It's to do the job of an usher, namely to ush. Good old ushes. We love it. All right, did I completely restart my browser after I disabled acceleration? Oh, I guess I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. I mentioned ads in Turbo. Do I get revenue from Turbo? Yeah, so it's really cool. If someone has Twitch Turbo, which is the all channels on Twitch are ad-free for a certain rate each year, then I get the ad money that person would have seen had they been watching the ad. Yeah, so streamers do get some amount from Twitch Turbo. I don't know how it works by comparison with other ways of supporting, but yes. Acceleration only changes on browser restart. Huh. Should we go ahead and restart? Do they have extra ears? Extra toes feels possible? I don't know. Anyway, maybe we'll restart the old browser here. That said, the browsers do have a tremendous amount of things in it right now, so I don't really want to restart them. An overactor is a ham. Me a ham indeed. In blank, meaning completely 4 letters, it's in toto, which is the person who's saying Africa song. Jason, who won an NBA championship with the Celtics, an Olympic gold medal with the USA. It happened back in August and June of 2024. This is a year-end puzzle in which one says things that happen out the year. I think Jason Kidd may be a basketball player from years and years ago. As right now, no idea. You have Turbo, we also pay for subscription. Carson Ninja, I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely not talk about money too much, but the great line of things is if you want to give money to the streamer, the way in which the streamer gets the most of the money is via tipping, like through PayPal. Underneath that is by doing bits. Underneath that is subscribing. Underneath that is Turbo. Underneath that is ads, right? That's how it goes. And it's all appreciated. It's all great. But yeah, the subscription is always very kind. And yeah, I appreciate people buying into the channel and being able to use the emotes and so on. It's all very cool. Forbidden from practicing law, like Rudy Giuliani in New York and DC. That's to be disbarred. We're typing. There we go. A fastening device. Could be a zip tie. Could be a clip, a clasp, a button. No idea. Eden Resident is the next one. Eden Resident. Eve, probably. A country in which the effects of war and displacements led UN experts to warn of widespread famine back in October of 2024. Is that Syria? I think Syria might be right. Possibly. Anyway, friends, the ad break is over. It's time to pause this game. I worry if I close this browser and reopen it, we'll lose all of our good progress, but we'll have to enjoy the slow-going crossword, at least through today's stream, and change it later. Okay, mission number 1. Let's learn how to fight. We have to defeat an army belonging to the Strygos Empire. These folks right here, they have a little vampire or ET head as their banner. Lovely purple outfit. They're from the Vampire Counts. Hopefully Vlad does not sneak in. Our armies gather to strike against us. Attack first and deny them the opportunity to reach full strength. So more money, also more chivalry. And chivalry points again, once we get over 0, give us more leadership. If one becomes unchivalrous, there's no pop-up. I just wonder if it means that you don't get any bonus. I assume you get a malice for becoming a dark paladin. Have any of you ever played a dark paladin or an evil paladin, whatever that is, fallen paladin in D&D? I'm aware of this kind of thing, but I've never played it myself because inevitably all I want to be in any D&D-like game is the good guy. I have a real hard problem not saving the maidens and so on. The anti-paladin, sure, that's good. How was it? Is it a fun time to play that way? Yeah, all I know about this kind of thing is if a paladin of the light breaks their vows, it leads to some substantial malice to the character for a time. But I don't know much about how they're playing, so... I played an Oathbreaker Paladin. Baldur's Gate 3 was amazing. I still haven't played Baldur's Gate 3. Maybe if I do, I'll play an anti-paladin. Maybe I'll play an evil thief. No, I guarantee, no matter what I say I'm going to be, I will find a way to respec into good guy paladin. It's just how it goes. All right. I want to look at the characters we have. We have here a person named Henri Le Mastiff, a legendary paladin. Quite literally, the Massive. Henri is one of the largest Bretonnian paladins ever, and a loyal knight of Repance, who stands by her side through thick and thin. And if you're looking for thick, you found it with the big boy here. All right, so no special items. He's on a barded warhouse. Traits, there can be only one. Hailing from northern Bretonnia, Henri is much more mountain than man, an expert when fighting large opponents, especially the most dangerous, horrifying beasts imaginable. So Massif is believing that he must be the biggest around, anything bigger must be taken down. Has the passive ability of Guardian. What's that do? Just straight physical resistance. That's cool. It affects all allies in range. Oh, but only lords or heroes. Okay, I need to go back to the maiden, what's her name again, Rapin, and see, is she the one who gives a bonus to lords? Should we be embedding so many lords in her army? Also, he has a rook as his helmet. I mean, I like chess also, but the idea of having a bishop on your hat feels very, very strange. All right, so he is showing that he is the shield of his beloved maiden. I wonder if he'll get smooching late in the game, or if there'll just be tension all game long. We'll have to see what happens. All right, so they stay together. You join this army, please.
I shall share my
Excellent. Hey, how's it going, DK? Good seeing ya. little strange name, but welcome anyway. Are you the one who has a bonus to, like, night things? It's down here, right? No. That was one of the other characters has a bonus to upkeep maybe on embedded nights. I wish she had this sword. I wish the sword here were named already. Now, she has a quest to get the sword, but it's weird that she, in the lore, already has this sword, so why would we do the quest to go get the sword? I have confusion. We'll deal with that later. Who are our characters? We have a collection of spearmen at arms, 2 of those, a men at arms with pole arms, some foot squires, some peasant bowmen, a questing knight, a knight of the realm, and a field trebuchet. Also, I guarantee there's a partridge in a pear tree in there somewhere. From where we are right now on the coast of Araby, we're allowed to recruit spearmen, men at arms, and knights errant. So lowest level knight, I do believe. And then some trash level peasants we managed to give armor to. Cool. At this point we can't recruit. I'm gonna look around real quick and then we'll be charging to complete our first mission. This is our one and only one starting territory called Kofer. Do y'all prefer Kofer or Cop Her? Because we're playing a feminist empowered woman here, Cop Her feels kind of fun. Any special buildings? What does this do? There's some docks. The blood-stained history of repeated errantry wars centers on the dock of Copper, where countless invasions into the lands have begun. We're clearly crusaders. You know, will this be the Children's Crusade? This morning I was reading a small excerpt from Kurt Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse 5. There's this really amazing section in which an older woman shames the author who's writing this book about war and says, look, you were young there, you were just children, you didn't understand what you're doing in the war, and yet you're going to write it in a way that you were all heroes, that John Wayne and other action stars will do an amazing job of fighting. You're going to write it that way, so you're all not children, but instead men. And Vonnegut's character, his self-inserted character, says, I will name it The Children's Crusade, this book he's writing. And I think it's a powerful comment on how war works, for sure. Eventually upgrade that to a special harbor, which allows us to get faster casualty replenishment rate as we bring more and more people into the Crusades. Anything special on our buildings here? Nope, just a hamlet, then just a village, then just a town. Our foothold upon the territory. Over here we have our very basic training field. Peasants are given a sword, a spear, and a veteran warrior to train them. We also have a rally field, which gives us a men-at-arms and spearmen-at-arms shield people. So men-at-arms and spearmen, or ones with shields. Shields more better, more good, I assume. We can go ahead and upgrade this to level 2. We'll go ahead and do that because we have plenty of money right now. And I believe that's all we got. Control is going down right now because the vampires are nearby. I believe that defeating this character will lower that vampirism. There are vampires to the north, vampires to the east. I'm stuck in the middle with you. Over here, Sir John Tyreweld. What a strange car-based name. You're broken down, I'll weld your tires. That's amazing. Alright, I'm guessing he is someone who will join us after we've defeated the vampires. John Tyreweld. Man, the names of this game are so good right now. You're referencing the other Kurt Vonnegut? Yeah, I like Kurt Vonnegut quite a bit. I read him in my 20s quite a bit. Anyway, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Who dat? Baron Thegon? Another knight! I thought we were alone here. We're finding more and more knight people just like us. Fantastic. For now, though, our first battle. What do we yell in this playthrough? Do we say charge? That's the default. Do we say for the lady? For womankind? I'll show you the what for. Decisive victory, certainly. We're going to fight it out. This is the case that it's a wizard lord, a bunch of skeletons. Now the skeletons have spears. I probably shouldn't charge into spears. A Cairn Wraith, a Black Knight, and also a corpse cart, magic chariot. All right, I don't have an obvious sense of how to fight this one, but we'll fight it in the way the description said to fight it, and then learn more later. Welcome to fight number 1, friends. Hope you're having a good time. Hope that you're cozy wherever you are in the world. Feeling pretty good, and yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Don't charge the front, charge the back. Drek, I love it. I think the initial description said the job of our peasants is just to hold the line until we get there eventually. But again, team, it's awesome being with you. And yeah, we're starting another year of the Resorty community, and I appreciate that you're part of it. I appreciate you hanging out with me, and it's always a really, really good time. We're playing this game throughout this week, and then next week, I think we're playing Kenshi. As I mentioned last stream, Kenshi was the 5th least popular game of 2024. We'll see how it does in 2025. I got some doubts, but we'll see. All right, so I want to look at the characters of the character models of our special characters, so those of you who are painters can immediately go out to the store and buy these. All right, so the lady has her giant sword, the lady has her lovely horse. Again, a horse stolen from someone else. I wish I could change its flag. It is like a golden lion. I'd love a more simple background. Maybe some stalks of corn or something. Over here, with a blade of disappearing, a blade of pure light energy, is the mountain who shall protect her. Anti-infantry, armor piercing, etc. Repulsive to the exact same stats. Henri as a shield if need be. We heard earlier that they should be leading the charge in. I wouldn't mind doing that at all. Though this will be the first time I've ever played in which in which my hero will not be with the main line. I'm used to having my lord encourage the main line as much as possible. Because they're merely peasants, I shouldn't say that. Because they're people who have chosen to support us with their bodies, their strength, their treasure, etc. I want to support them and ensure they don't break too early, but you know, we'll see how it goes. Okay, so heroes together as always. We then have a line of basic spear dudes. They will be the centerpiece of our front line, I guess. We'll encourage them to march, march, march. We then have a man-at-arms polearm. Very good against large foes. I don't think there are any large foes here. There are the Black Knights. The Black Knights. So probably want to support the side with them. Wrong direction. For right now, we'll march on the side, then probably go ahead and fold in. We also then have some foot squires, anti-infantry damage dealers. The foot squires fight well. They want to be knights someday. Will they be? Nope, they're going to die in battle. I love, though, that they have giant swords. They have shields also. Can I order them to shield up? Okay, there's a toggle melee mode. That's not it. Friends, they shield up on their own. Or these shields merely so they don't get attacked in the back. It'd be really cool if you can move them between tank mode and DPS mode. Obviously, because they want to be the top of the DPS charts, they'll be in DPS mode even when they pull threats, for sure. Foot Squire's big damage dealers, I'm going to leave them behind. We'll have them go to whichever side we're needing to have a flank on and do some damage. All very cool. We'll have you be separate, each of you. We have 2 archers. Hello, buddies. You will be behind the lines, pelting wildly. We then have 2 horses, the Questing Knight and the Knights of the Realm. Knights of the Realm have the bonus of having shields, it looks like. It is the case that the Questing Knights do more damage overall, but the Knights of the Realm charge more better. So they will form up with our beloved maiden. I shouldn't call her a queen, though she's a queen in my eyes. And lastly, oh, we have a trebuchet. I missed entirely. We have a trebuchet, which to say we can just sit here for a while if we want to and endlessly bombard. Sorry, team. I'm guessing some of you immediately saw a trebuchet. I'm a little bummed that our Stark is the trebuchet. It feels to me like this is very unchivalric. It's not a good way to be in the world, but here we are using unkind range weapons. Let's see what happens. The superior siege weapon readies itself, throwing what, 40 kilometers, 200 meters. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. They're marching forward. Let's have a quick pause here and see what's what. It's not any trebuchet, it's the lady's own trebuchet. Very good. So the Karen wraiths are ethereal. That means it's hard to hit them with ordinary weapons, I believe. Yes. So ignore damage done by non-magical weapons. I sure am hoping the lady's blade is indeed a magical weapon. Causes terror. Do you do magical damage on your attacks? If not, we got some problems. Does the mountain do magical damage? Well. She has the blind spell. That's not so good. I'm not sure. Hey, Brew, good seeing you. You got your stickers today? Awesome. Glad that the mail that's coming out from Japan to you all is arriving. I always love sending you all things. I'll be sending the giveaways for Rismus a few days ago. I'll be sending out on the 2nd, so probably 2 days from now at the old post office for sure. Not sure what to do with these wraiths. It'd be unfortunate if we just missed them. I guarantee none of the peasants have magical weapons, unless they found one in some random adventuring chest. Does anyone know? Like, Brother Man's weapon is glowing, right? Brother Man's sword shines brightly. I see nothing here about being magic. Maybe it's implicit that any knight's sword is obviously magic. We will be charging into you all. Oh, you know what? For whatever reason, when I click on to Rapin, even though I don't think there's any indication of her having magic damage, she can do magic damage against them. So we'll go ahead and try that, I guess. So I'm going to separate out my armies instead. We're going to charge into them with just the hero units, and we'll leave the army behind for a moment. Return to firing! I should probably not free fire. We'll see what happens, though. Man, I love the beginning of this playthrough. I love being in this playthrough so much, seeing the way in which the enemy moves. This is very cool. There's a magical icon next to melee attack. Yeah, so she doesn't have one. Maybe she has the power of friendship in her heart. A sinful, very good seeing you. I'm glad to be playing some more too. Are they pivoting the way I worry they are? I don't like how they're moving, I gotta say. We can continue just bombarding the dickens out of them until they decide what they're doing. But right now, it appears they're kind of panicking and just sort of walking around for a time. I guess we move our lines into their lines and we pivot the trebuchet. Is trebuchet a French word? Like, am I actually saying the word trebuchet correctly? That's pretty cool. That's wrong. How do I order them to move and maintain formation? Is it control? No. Is it alt? Yes. Maybe? Maybe. It is alt, okay. My hero's name is Repants? No. Repants? French speakers, if I say repants, it's very upsetting to me. Repants. No, pants sounds like a harsh phoneme. Unrelevant to France, where we're saying repent all the way through to upset you one and all. We're pivoting. What does the pivot do? The pivot draws in some horsemen. Okay. There's a reason we have spearmen here. Everyone, halt your charge. Halt your such and so. We need to form up to protect the sword dudes. We want to have you all pivot. You all pivot. And then you all come forward, maybe. For the moment, just halt here. All right, how are they moving? How y'all moving? You think you're tricky? You think you're tricky here? They believe they're going to charge to the line. They're not. Oh, you know what? This is unfortunate. Their black knights, apparently we are weak against them. I would have thought our shields up would do well, but not quite. These men-at-arms should be taking the charge. They're probably not going to. We'll see how it goes. Y'all go ahead and fire on the knights. Y'all, I want them to guard, to brace rather. It's not going to happen though in time, so I think we're just going to charge them directly. Okay, over here what nonsense is happening? They're still pivoting very, very awkwardly. Bum 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 bum. Please stop moving this way. Oh, thank you. My archers are in skirmish mode. Good catch. Good catch, y'all. So no skirmish mode on either of you. Please turn around. Thank you. Okay. I guess I can have my running knights run this way. If I can't figure out how to charge them all, I'll be very, very sad. But as they move, do these move also? Not sort of they do. Sort of. I just want to pull these people off of the Cairn Wraiths. Okay, in the front line, what are we seeing? We're seeing a bunch of people doing nothing. We have our foot squires to do heavy damage. Though they're not doing great against the Black Knights, my suspicion is they will do well, as long as they're not quote-unquote tanking. The armies are moving. That's amazing. It is time for our heroes to abandon the front and to go after you all. So to there and then to there. We'll see how that works out. Attacking the back might be better. So just there and then we'll talk about it. All right. I probably should have our knights charge through their knights. I definitely did not do that. I'm enjoying seeing their army pulled apart. Oh, also, we're fighting against undead folks. The undead folks are bound. I don't remember how they work, but some kind of binding. Their morale is not normal morale. It's instead like if the necromancer dies, they fall apart quickly. I forgot that part. I thought it's like a normal battle. Horsemen, it's time to charge. Aren't you excited to charge? Go there for right now. Very, very soon, here we go. All right, the line is sticking out on their side. They're ignoring my lords. Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. I'm enjoying driving them directly. Here we go. 1 second, they might get onto my, what are they called? My artillery here. So, these horsemen are almost down. My horsemen decided to stop and help, maybe? Is that true? That's true. I don't know how they got there, but they're doing a little stabbing. Good job. Y'all disengage up this way. Oh, I almost missed the charge. Show me the charge. Jump-a-dump-a-dump-a-dump-dum. 1 second. These are crypt ghouls. They're cudgel infantry. Interesting line question here. I wish I had one more unit to help us out. In a moment, these folks can move over. But for right now, you all turn this way. archers are done fighting the now destroyed knight dudes. So you archer group disengage to here. You archer group fire on these ones, which are going to be engaged by you all. They're braced, I believe. And then you all will prepare to pivot into something else. Wait a minute. Foot squires drop back. Okay, we'll see what happens there. These might need to pivot to pick up that group. We'll see. Show me the charge. That didn't do very much. I was hoping for a better charge there. It didn't quite work out. My suspicion is the lady will defeat them over time. It is time to explode. Oh, she explodes around herself. You can't aim it. So, pew! I probably should have exploded into their main army, but didn't quite work out that time. But yeah, fighting enemies that can only be damaged with magic when we have no magic is kind of unfortunate. All right. So you all are not picking up these ones. I'm surprised by that. Just move that way then. Archer. We have a morale breaking. I don't quite know why. All right, horsey people. I would like us to charge into the Lord. So we're gonna go there, and then there, and then there. We'll look in a moment, see what happens. The battle continues. The battle rages. Oh no! The Cairn raids have not been stopped. Wait, that's my knight. The Cairn raids have not been stopped. They're going onto the artillery despite the fact they have knights up inside them. I can't lose my artillery. That'd be real bad. So they might have to go melee in a moment. We'll see. All right, what's happening here? What a rude dude this is. They're endless charging. How quickly can I fire my Halo again? Over a minute. Lines are holding. Archers are doing what they do. My swordsmen are kind of sleepy. They'll engage, that's fine. The artillery is still being able to fire, I believe. I've considered moving them melee. No, they are melee now. Good luck, team. The knights are forming up. Here comes trouble. I may have pulled back too far. I've been told we charge over and over again. These men-at-arms have recovered their enthusiasm for battle, apparently. So they're going to... this corpse cart does real damage in infantry. It like drives over everyone. That's no good. All right, so you all are actually quite strong against the corpse cart. Them all are falling apart, and so we're gonna have our beloved maiden move to the middle. Good. And then you all, the charge is finally happening. Ooh, look how he runs. I see happy horses trampling atop him. I see group number 2 charging also. Remember your vows. You've done so well. I've been told to like form up and charge again. So you all disengage. And then whammo. Wait, weren't the Cairn raids almost like fully broken apart? I think someone got distracted and confused. Y'all get back to helping artillery again. That's not pretty good. That's unfortunate stuff. All right, y'all are disengaging. Good job. Maybe that's far enough. In you go again. But horsey time. Oh, fleeing artillery. Just don't get distracted. Man, if I lose my artillery in the first battle, I think they're pretty bad. Go, artillery, go. I believe in you. I back row. So the Cairns did serious work against me. The Cairn Wraiths. We're still going to win, but still. Horses, how's it going? They've charged in. It is time to disengage and charge once more. Group 6, run away! Instead of charging a Lord, which didn't do much, we could just charge the Warriors over and over again. They're nearly destroyed. All right, Cairn Wraiths. Cairn Wraiths are almost dead. Come on, just finish them off. Must inspire the Foot Squires. Please. Anti-magic, if you would. Last seconds. Oh, there's more of the breakthrough. Cap. What do we do to save this thing? Am I gonna lose my first battle? I'll feel pretty bad. All right, so knights back here have mostly dealt with everyone. Just a little bit more battle and you win. I don't know if we need to charge again or what. Corpse, so I see a lot of things that are almost down, right? Almost down is not good enough. Explosion! Haha! Huh. Okay, archers still arching. We love that. Archers are almost my front line. We don't love that so much. Okay. The Cairn Wraiths are finally down. I'm gonna have our beloved maiden go on to their lord. I'm gonna have Henri continue fighting here. I'm gonna have my Horsies. Horsies is 6. Disengage and charge the Lord. Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Okay. And then gonna go this way. And then this way. No, don't charge the maiden. Don't charge the maiden. Not a great charge. Here. And then to here. Necromancer must die. I see a lot of people doing nothing. Just go ahead and fight some ghouls and such. Archers are gonna shoot at the enemy lord. Henri's almost dead? Henri! I was told that you were a mountain of a man. No! No, Henri! Henri, no! Oh no! A mountain was almost killed with some great weapons. You're a good brother. You're a good brother. Just get away. Man, it's all good. Just finish off the Lord. Henri's good. No worries. The trebuchets have been defeated. Oh man. Oh man. Man, battle. I've never had so much trouble with battle 1 before. Finally the Lord is down. That was supposed to be a decisive victory. All right, we're learning a new kind of people. This is absolutely fine. So I think I'm gonna replay this one. I've never replayed a battle before, but I'd like to learn how to fight this one well. I discovered some things this one that will help. That said, I don't have a great strategy to deal with the charging Cairn Wraiths. They ignored the people I sent to engage them and just charged on through to the artillery. I could set up a line of like spearmen in front, but if they just go through, just go through. Does the Paladin have magical attacks? I don't think so. This is what's confusing me, is I know the counter is magic attacks, but no one has magical attacks. So I don't know. Only thing that moves for Bretonnians are cavalry. Only thing that moves for Bretonnians. Do you mean like the only good unit is cavalry? Or do you mean that I should have a formation and not disengage at all? I don't know. If you can't kill it, kite, you kill anything else. Maybe. I can't kite artillery though. Charge the wraiths. Okay. Hey, Shingard, do you want to pop in and say go Wrexham? Yeah, most recent matches, Wrexham is the only one in the top of the table that won. We had some losses, we had some draws. Wrexham is in 2nd place in the League One, at the New Year's halfway through the season. Wrexham in second place. It's very good. It's very good. Maybe my horses were too bunched up. It's possible. I don't know how charges work in this game. I think I assumed that each character would just like grind on through, but maybe a wider line would be good. I think I struggle with a wider line versus a lord especially, because then they all have to kind of hammer on through. When they're balled up, the units back don't do anything. Okay, I misunderstood how charges work then. I think that might be one of the central errors here, is I assume that as long as the units got close to the enemy, they maintained their charge bonus. But okay, cool. Good to know that. Let's try it again. We will win big this time. Possibly. Possibly. As much as I appreciate the suggestion that my battle line shouldn't move, in a case like we just saw there, where the enemy begins to flank, it feels like you have to move, right? Or else the enemy's just walking on the archers. Now, if I had more units and could do like more protection in more directions, that'd be fantastic. But in this case, unless I use the knights as like one side of my turtle formation, I just don't see it working right now. But I appreciate the suggestion. I'll try my best, I promise. All right, horse friends, y'all go back there. Horse friends, y'all go back there. The spear line, the men-at-arms, the foot squires, the archers, and the trebuchet. I mean, we could say let's believe in terrain and go back here, but I'm going to be honorable and fight them on the field. Maybe we just have Our Lady go and attack the Lord. Maybe just ignore all the skeletons this time. Apparently the trebuchets do bonus damage against the Cairn Wraiths. A big old green there. Yeah, maybe we order them to bombard there. I don't know how bombarding with moving targets works. Who knows, who knows. All right, so extra good fighters, you out the way. Spear line. I'm gonna spread you out more this time. But again, there are only so many of you, and that's kind of awkward. Archers in position, trebuchets in position. I really want to pick up the Black Knights with the... Do I not? Wait, I thought the Black Knights did poorly against the polearm men-at-arms.
Orders, my lord.
Huh.
Squares.
So I don't have anyone good against the Black Knights. I really thought the polearms did. A charge with the large foes. They're expendable though. I don't know. Maybe I should just like rush the main lines with the polearms and the great swords. Well, we'll see how that goes. Okay, I think that's all we got for right now. Let's do it to it. Okay, I'd like to bombard you.
But it has been my life's purpose.
Cool.
Sure that men
Coming on in nice, lovely straight lines.
triumph over evil in all forms.
Are you bombarded? There we go. Fire one. Show me the rocks. Do we call those all misses? Just me and the misses, I'm afraid. Good. I believe in you for firing a second time. I believe you can do it. What you say? You say you're giving up and moving. Okay, stop. Halts. You can free fire now, anything you want to. Just find a target. It's fine. All right. So we're heading on the way of artillery being charged again by the Cairn Wraiths. That really is the issue. I guess I advance here to hopefully take the charge and then have my knights and such go from behind. If I can do that, I'll be very, very pleased. And then we'll move from the Cairn Wraiths into literally everyone else. Just hold the line while we charge. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're missing valuable field trebuchet time, unfortunately. All right, they line up there. Our charge versus their charge. I see very awkward movement here. I was hoping they would charge the artillery, not doing so. So maybe I just go ahead and charge them straight ahead and see what happens. All right, beloved lady and so on, you go that way. Cavalry I'm going to try to flank with. So you all move out to there. And we'll do some alt moving in a moment. Once I know where the engagement will be. Archer firing. I'm going to have the archers please pivot to fire on the Knights. Yeah, this is a case where I wish I'd turned. Yeah, we got charged. Brutal. Okay, it's fine. Archer firing. Good to good. We've engaged the Cairn Wraith buddy. Looks like Henri might be faster than the lady. Is that true? They have equivalent speed, but he got there first somehow. I don't know. Chelsea, I appreciate you. Let's be a little bit less backseaty, though. There's been a number of do this, don't do this, which is just getting annoying. So I appreciate you being here. Appreciate you know how to play the game, but, you know, a little bit less do this, do that. Thank you much. Thank you much. All right, we have a flank set up. Y'all go to here. Y'all go to here. No, shift. Shift. Hey, there we go. Flank is fun. See how it goes. They have some crypt ghouls who are going to join this battle. It's fine. We got knights here. No problem. Now, once again, they're ignoring my battle lines mostly. The trebuchet says it's strong as everything, but it seems like it's missing too much. Very good there. I like that a lot. This time it seems that the artillery is not being charged. Okay, I don't know if I spread out my charge well up here. Actually, I don't think I even set the charge. Or maybe I did. Yeah, maybe I'm charging wrong still. I want to charge in a big old line. Oh, maybe I need to hold the formation. That's what it is. So when I have them spread in a line, and then I say attack this unit, I think they collapse in to charge it. If I order them to hold their formation while charging, maybe that will help. Maybe. I'll try that. Hey, how's it going, Cyber? Glad to have you here again. Good to see everyone, Maronia. Maybe Cyberhold's greeting someone else, but hello. Maronia, good seeing you. What's up? What's up? Okay, so you all are going to line the heck up. And then I'm going to try to use the Alt key to help with this. The Wraiths are being absolutely destroyed this time. That's a beautiful and good thing. We have engagement here. Our lines are holding. And I have some pikemen who are ready to help in some way. Why are you all turned that direction? I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. Someone needs to pick up the corpse carts. We'll do that in just a second. I appreciate that. So you all free fire there, I guess. We need someone to do something. So I have a free unit of you all. Can you get there in time? Yeah, my ability to get onto like enemies that move through the lines has been kind of questionable so far. All right, we are formed to charge, I'm going to say. So if I use... Line up there, please. I had trouble lining them up well, unfortunately. I want to get my lords onto their lord if possible. If I see them build... Oh, wait, what's this? No, I didn't see it, Dom. Thank you. I didn't see it at all. I knew about the ability that the lady has, namely Boom Explosion. I should be using that more often. Haha, by the lady. Okay, very good. I didn't see the knights have this, though. Thank you for pointing that out. Completely missed that. Active ability Formation. Phase 1, Phase 2. Phase 1 is 3 seconds. Phase 2 is infinite. They become heavier. They move faster. They get more charge, more speed. Forming a wedge before the charge enables mounted knights to smash through enemy lines, causing great disarray in their ranks. They lose defense, but they charge more betterly. I had absolutely no idea about this button. Thank you for noticing that. Thank you for helping me out with that one. Do both of you have that? All right, how does this thing work? We're forming up. We're getting ready. Everyone's excited. Oh, it's so cool. They're arrows now. Yes. That's so much better. All right. Who charge? Charge. You all. Charge. Hey. This feels good. I feel like we've learned something today. Archers are sleepy. Archers, form up. Fire on the Lord. Okay. Okay. Trebuchets, why'd you turn the wrong direction? Cravens, my warriors flee. I said we were doing well, but the foot squires decide no more. It's probably the problem of the corpse cart. They definitely do some real work there. Good charge, good charge. We now disengage on that one. We have some wandering dudes here. Their lord is free. I need to never comp myself again, because when I comp myself, things start falling apart. That's okay though. Everything's okay. We got this. How are the Cairn Wraiths not dead yet? They're the most dedicated units ever. Absolute shenanigans, this. Trebuchets, they do nothing. Are you out of ammo? They have lots of ammo. Why aren't you firing that? Did I tell you to hold? Just shoot somebody. Like Warren Zevon sings, hit somebody. Oh my goodness. Maybe the Necromancer's healing them? Was that a thing? That's pretty bad then. Yeah, maybe I should just charge the Necromancer. I really wanted to hold these from charging my my line, but it seems not to matter. Like, genuinely, it does not matter what we do with respect to the cairns. I need my knights to disengage, right? We need to charge again. So they have their formation still on. It appears to be a permanent formation. The only negative is the melee defense. So maybe this is what encourages the player to disengage quickly, is the knowledge that if one stays in, one is definitely going to have our beloved knights start dying. That's no good. All right, more charge, more good. You also charge. The lady has defeated her enemies. Finally onto the lord. The enemy lord is wounded. Only a close victory. I'll take it. I'll take it. We're still learning so much about this. I believe one thing to say is my knights are disengaged too often. I think I'm having a hard time keeping my knights charge and disengage in mind while doing other things. So I'll send the knights off to disengage and say, okay, they're disengaging, let me check the front, let me check the lady, etc. The maiden, sorry. And then while I'm doing that, the knights will just be sitting there. So this might be an argument for, I don't know, ignoring everything except for the knights. But it's something I need to do better at. That said, people died, we didn't lose a full unit, I believe. Cairn Wraiths, though, I need some magic troops if possible. They're very useful. Hey, a level up on some peasants. Good job, peasants. Most kills here on some knights. That makes sense. On their side, most kills on some grave guards with great weapons. Honestly, I don't even recall seeing this group. Honestly, I do not know who they are. I probably just treated them like skeletons and they ripped us all apart. Good. I need to keep my peasants alive. It feels cruel to be a lady of the light and treat the peasants like the trash they probably are. Close victory. Good enough. We get 600 money. Now, what are the possibilities with this faction? A, level up to 3, 2 levels up. Either we can execute them. For standing against our righteous cause, these men, must pay the ultimate price. Kill them all. So for one turn, you get 100 experience points. Or, ransom the captives. Although certainly not a chivalrous act, we can ransom the men back to their masters for some coin. So if we need coin, we hit this one. But no, this would be to send evildoers out to do evil again. We must defeat those who dare stand against us. Mission accomplished. More chivalry, more money. What a good time. Our next mission is to complete taking the province of Phyrus. This is another piece of our current territory. This little island there, currently held by a whole bundle of skeletons, a sword person named Steen Friso Haupt Andersen. Probably some proud knight in his life, but now turned into a twisted being. Some zombies, get more ports, more ownership and so on. And the capital territory here is which one? Al-Hayik, the land of the vampires. All right, we'll do it real soon. We didn't get any special items yet, unfortunately. Hopefully soon enough we do. We have technology here also, but for now, let's see what the lady's level up looks like. She's awesome. The story of this being some fallen knight's armor is gross, but I'm not sure how else I want a peasant woman to get her armor. Earlier I made the joke of this character being similar to the Street Fighter origin story where M. Bison comes to town and burns everything down, and for the one character it's the most important day of her life, but for M. Bison it's merely Tuesday. Anyone remember which character's origin story that is in Street Fighter? Which character was inspired to fight because M. Bison burned down her city? I honestly can't remember. Alright, what are your skills? So our special line is called the People's Hero. That begins at level 9. Over here we have Lion-Hearted. Like the lion, this one is the biggest and the bravest of his kind, with the sharpest teeth. A cheaper or more frequent rally and stand your ground. We have neither of those. Oh, it's Chun-Li? Okay, thank you very much. Obviously, we all need to spend more time watching Street Fighter movies. One of the stranger movies out there, but in some measure is a marker of my childhood. I really enjoyed it. Virtue of empathy. Led by noble example, peasants fight longer and harder, lest their lord be dishonored. Again, feels strange using this kind of thing because our lord is already our lady is so disengaged from the front line. But maybe with virtue of empathy and inspiring presence, one can potentially reach the peasants even while charging. Or basic training. The Lord's army has drilled well, and so marches better and doesn't lose their footing. Or fighting better, or movement on the map, or. I tend to do movement on the map first, seems good. Down there she can get Justicar, more control, bonded service, cheaper armies, income from farm goes up, or less corruption. So all of these are kind of the world map play. And these up here tend to be a little bit more in the direction of battles. I believe it's the case there's corruption and decay in our land, correct? Control is going down by 1 right now due to vampiric corruption. Vampiric corruption is going down gradually. Part of it is there are vampire armies having a vampire weekend on the beach. I don't see them immediately, but who knows? Or is the red here? It's going down by 3. So +2, -3, -2. So maybe it's the case that the local army here is our army. I thought the green would be in, relative to us. I think it's relative to the vampires. Not certain on that one, though. Okay, I'm gonna trust the corruption will go away on its own, though I think we need to get rid of more corruption as time goes by. Oh, maybe it's the settlement on the right. Okay, Phil, I thought it was only the armies as opposed to being the city itself, but good call. Thanks, Phil. I appreciate that bit of advice. I'm an inspiring presence, more leadership, more good. The lady must believe. And then we have a man named Henri le Massif. Henri here will. Does he not have a special tree? Where's like I love my lady so much, like some way of making your HP pool, her HP pool, heroic save. Henri throws his massive form before the maiden, protecting her for all damage for 10 seconds. Come on. Okay, there's lady's mantle here. Missile resistance. Cool. This is a very lame tree for a unique character, I gotta say. I don't mean to be rude. I like the video game, but come on. Let's go do trading first so people level up quickly. Friends, there are hours gone by. It's now noon o'clock my time. Time for a quick 3-minute ad break. When that's done, we'll get back to our game, back to our fun. We fought only one battle today. We've already learned a lot about the mechanics of this new faction, new to me faction, and I hope that continues over the coming days. We probably play one more week of this game before going on to a little game called Kenshi. Happy ad break, happy crossword. Welcome to a very, very laggy crossword. So I need to restart my browser, but I'm unwilling to do so. Edouard, who painted Bertha Morisot with a bouquet of violets. 3 minutes of ads for 57 minutes of games. What a steal. It's true. I gotta work on sales banners. Maybe before every single ad break, I should like do a subscribe now or else routine. I know that some streamers do. It feels so gross to me. Though not as gross as that time we raided into a small streamer and they said, hey, thanks for the raid. While you're here, you might consider giving me a tip or maybe a subscription. And it was genuinely within 15 seconds of our saying hello to this small streamer, immediately into sales mode. It's crazy. Is there an Edouard Manet, possibly? I think Manet might be an Edouard, though I'm not sure on that one. We'll see eventually. A king, for example, it's a bed, a chess character, a ruler, roi, possibly. How's that word said? R-O-I in French? Is it roi? Roi? Rex in Latin. The down is Holland, who facilitated the first apology by a U.S. president for the forced assimilation of indigenous children at government boarding schools. That's Deb Haaland, the Secretary of the Interior, maybe? So it is indeed a king bed. Good. A sauce whose name means pounded, a pesto, like a mortar and pestle. Pesto. I may have hit an O. We'll discover in a moment if I mistyped this one. I do enjoy laggy crossword days. You can do it. Hey, you did it. With that said, something is wrong down here. Is it not Syria, but instead Sudan that had the crises involving food? The down here, 50 down is facts. True. So it is Sudan, not Syria. I apologize to all of the S-named nations for getting them confused. Maybe South Dakota had a bit of an issue. All those words, though, do become words. Welcome to the Downs. The Downs, our first time through. A mayor indicted for bribery, wire fraud, conspiracy, and soliciting contributions from foreign nationals back in September of 2024. This is the mayor of New York City. It's Eric Adams. Oh, okay. This is slightly cheating. So 17 across is what's the name of the of the new Mexican president, the first woman elected in Mexican history to the presidency. And I said, oh, I think the name is not a normal Hispanic surname. And I said, I think it might be Irish. And I couldn't remember what it was, like O'Shaughnessy. It's Scheinbaum, which is not the kind of name one normally hears in a Mexican context. People like, Vicente Fox and Gonzalez and so on, which is stereotypical, but Scheinbaum is the current president of Mexico. And speaking of the way in which different cultures pick up different ethnicities and contributions as time goes by. That's kind of cool. Okay, the ad break's over. I want to go ahead and do 3 downs, then back to it. No problems. Certain promises or IOUs. Oh, how's it cheating? Sorry. I was reading an article that suddenly mentioned the president of Mexico, and I was like, it's Scheinbaum, right? And I remembered then that was in the crossword. So the cheating here is my wife and I have a rule for crosswords that we never consult anything outside of the crossword or our collected knowledge during the crossword. And so, for example, if the clue says, what is the top left key on the keyboard, we don't look down and see the escape key. And so I feel a little bad that I aided myself in this crossword by looking at external material. It wasn't intentional, etc. Real quick here for right now, the party of Lisa Blunt Rochester and Angela Alsobrooks, who were elected in Delaware and Maryland. That is our Democrat Party. Accidental cheating, that's right. I didn't mean to do so, and yet I did do so. All right, with 3 minutes of ad break done, you now get 57 minutes of content. Because it is my wife's break from work, I'll probably be ending stream in about an hour or so, maybe a little bit longer. We'll see. Okay, in this case, we have returned to battle here. I think I should probably build up my army before I start charging into cities. Like I said, their defenses are not super strong, but I prefer to be better prepared than less prepared. Let me say more obvious things for sure. So I'm going to retreat to the city for a turn. I'll get good and healed up, and we'll recruit some folks. And all we got are men-at-arms and knights errant. So we can recruit 3. Some of you probably say, Resorty, just get 3 knights. But no, I'm going to go and get 2 knights and the men-at-arms, those great sword people. We have our first research also. So I suspect that the bottom tree here is one that the Bretonians always get, and the top one here, maybe it's all Bretonnia the same. Because I misread chivalric code. It's something to do with ladyhood. So maybe these are all just what Bretonians get. So we can start with economy or chivalry or decrees. By the king's word and the eternal grace of the lady is Bretonnia governed for the good of its people. So lords and heroes get bonuses. As we look through these victories against greenskins. So these seem to be what you fight against. These over here are against vampires, chaos, beastmen. So these are what do you want to fight after getting the initial charge bonus. Chivalric Code also gives a bonus to the lords. It makes certain, this appears to be just boost the knights directly. And then over here, you get better diplomacy for being a shiny exemplar of goodness. And then economy. Growth goes up. Income goes up. My friends, this is a peasant mob. So instead of training the peasants to act as if they were well-trained troops, you just get all the farmers. You get the butchers with their knives. You get the carpenters with their hammers. Maybe you find yourself a farmer with a pitchfork and make yourself a peasant mob. That's an amazing, amazing name. I do want to start with economy. As many of you know, growth early game is so strong, so important. So we'll go economy and be weak people, but rich people, hopefully. Also, this water supply thing is something we were told about previously. That when we return to a city, we're able to pick up some tasty water in order to do well in the desert. Now, I don't quite know what is desert. It doesn't say if it's desert, does it? Yeah, this is described as just who it belongs to, as opposed to what the terrain is. Might be a case where you have to determine it just by sight. Desert E, maybe? This would be 5 turns, no attrition on that. We could go and recruit a second lord. Could go and pick up one more lord to start a new army. We have a lot of money coming in right now. Will that continue? I'm not sure. Armand Dufour. Virtue of heroism. Unbending even in the face of the greatest beasts, this knight mounts their heads on the wall of his feasting chamber. Better bonus against big things. Or Leonard Archambault. Virtue of the joust. So great is the knight's skill with the lance that none can unhorse them. A bonus to charge. So fighting big things versus so many more knights your head's gonna spin. Or prophetesses. I think I hate the gendered character here. It's either lord or prophetess. Why can't we have a prophet also? Like, I understand that the sexist era here would say women can't be on the field. That's what makes Rapin so special. But why don't you have like priests as well? So lore of heavens, lore of life, or lore of beasts. Friends, lore of life, I suspect, is healing, isn't it? Honorable or magnanimous. So I'm curious now, is it possible to get a hero? No heroes available. I do wonder if at some point here we can get healing heroes, which are so nice, but none available quite yet. So second lord for second army. If I don't do that, I'm just piling in money. Now, at some point fairly soon, allegedly, I will be able to build up more cities. But I'm sure we can support a second army. Am I? No, I'll leave it as is right now. We'll say just this one army is sufficient. Friends, I give you the end of the first turn. We've been playing the game for what, about an hour and a half now? And we push the end of first turn button. What's this? The peasant economy. For each settlement you control, your armies can sustain an additional 2 peasant units, with your capital sustaining up to 8. When peasants are recruited, they cannot continue working in the farms. As such, farming income declines should you recruit beyond your capacity. Okay, so long as I don't go to -1 on peasants, we still get all of the farming fun. Maybe? I hope we're not damaging the economy by borrowing more peasants. Well, we'll see. Friends, I'm going to push the end of turn button. We'll see how this goes. I'm considering getting some coffee. My coffee mug is empty. I've been standing and blathering for almost 4 hours now, having a good time with y'all, but wham, I want money. Archon the Black. I believe Archon the Black is the friendly Tomb King. Or maybe he's friendly to someone, I can't remember. Drink break? Do we have drink break? I always feel bad taking drink break when we're having a shorter stream, because it then means that I've consumed some of our limited time together. But I do feel my throat getting a tiny bit scratchy, so I think it would be a good idea to Greybeards, prospectors. There are dwarves in this area too. We're learning about a brand new territory. I'm really excited to see what all is down here. The Knights of the Flame are dead. Wow. Turn 1. I assume these are Bretonnians, or I wouldn't know about them. The Knights of the Flame are no more. The infantry war begins. We're about to own one province fully. This place is dangerous maelstrom of disorder, haunted by myriad horrors that blight the land. A provincial foothold should first be gained before this holy errantry war can be seen through to its conclusion. Golly gosh, I'm on the way. Also, failure to prepare is preparing to fail. I love it. It's like something my father would say. Failure to prepare is preparing to fail. The Chevalier's armies take on water supplies every time they enter a settlement. Garrison forces to grant them immunity from desert attrition for 5 turns. We have a line of oases down through the desert so we don't end up starving or dehydrating ourselves, whatever the word is. Friends, time for a quick break. I should have done this during the ad break, but I wanted to play crossword. I'll be back in around about a couple minutes. Just want some coffee in my hand, in my throat, in my stomach, etc. I want to say thank you for being here. The new followers, the subscribers, old and new, the viewers, the tippers, everything today has been really, really fun, really, really good, and I hope that continues when I'm back in a few minutes. As I've mentioned before, we will be playing this game throughout the entire week. We're just getting started on the Monday here, and so I thank you for being part of the community. Back in a flash. Back in a flash! I feel like I now should throw a flashbang, or one of those ninja smoke bombs. Back in a flash! And with the mighty smoke bomb, I return. Psh! Hello, friends. Thank you for keeping yourselves entertained while I was gone. Cyber Oracle. I see a holy moly generosity while I was gone. Thank you for the 5 gift subs to our community. To Uncle J Pop Dugster, Amalart 50 plus Jerry, Lord of the Guys Yarlgoff, a free gift sub from Valorant. Thank you, Valorant, for the extra gift sub. And Cyber, thanks for making that happen. It is the case right now. There's a special deal. If you give 5 gift subs, they throw in 1 for free. And I thank Valorant, a video game I'll never play. But Cyber, very, very kind to you as always. And yeah, friends, I should have given you a topic to discuss while I was gone. I'm sorry for that. But Smoke Bomb, I'm back. And again, Cyber, that's really, really kind to you. Uncle J-Pop, I met you in a stream yesterday, I think. You're a mod somewhere. I've forgotten. But welcome channel. I hope we're doing well, and thanks for being with us for sure. Oh, they throw a random number between 1 and 25. Oh, is that true, Cyber Oracle? So far, I've only seen 1 for every 5. But that's great. Thank you for rolling the dice, or flipping the coin, or pulling the lever. Whichever way. Welcome back, everybody. We continue playing our game. We just ended the first turn. One of the Bretonian folks were destroyed, and that felt really, really, really bad. But now we are here and ready to do good things instead. We've recruited some troops. We are mostly healed up. I don't want to pass another turn here. I want to go fight gloriously, or we can get more knights. I feel like if I don't get more knights, I'm going to feel bad about myself. But passing a whole turn at this point feels questionable at best. Let's see what we feel. Also, I'm curious about one thing. Yeah. Going AFK during a stream is the worst thing you can do for like, yay, fun, we're having a good time, woo! Unfortunately, because we're all Zoomers now, we have the tension of a flea. Over the course of my 3 minutes away, we lost 35 viewers. It's fine, it's not a big deal. I'm always just curious though. We're curious, and that's how it goes. All right, so if I don't go to attack them, I worry that our buddies next door will do so. I just can't have that. So, forward! 1 second. I have a lot of money. You were one of the 35 and you're still here. It's amazing. Is this place... It's vampire count, so there's corruption there. We're not getting attrition from the vampires yet. Will we at some point? Looks like no for right now. Channeling stance. Gain more magic. We don't really use magic right now. East Coast bedtime is nigh, it's true. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. We'll stand here for a turn, I suppose. Or we go back to our territory and heal a little bit. No reason not to do that. Okay, we could also recruit here. They're very expensive. Wait. There are more peasants in your armies than your faction could sustain. Oh, it goes their direction. I thought the peasant economy was counting down. 876, that's how numbers work. But instead, it might be the case that this is showing you're using 8 peasants. No more peasants allowed. I understand. So I could get more knights errants. Knight errants. Wait. Never mind. Yeah, we can recruit wherever we want to. For a moment, I was thinking I only recruit while in the city, like a dum-dum. But no, as long as you're in your home territory, you can recruit cheaply. So, bigger army, healing up, fighting the vampires, smiting evil, counting out our days of glory. Let's see how many factions are destroyed. I'm sure someone has done this over on YouTube, but I wonder if you play in like a god mode or an observer mode where you can see all the factions. I wonder in the first turn, how often do the same factions get destroyed? And how often is it the case there's like interesting outcomes of the first few turns in this game. Because I know some people both watch and upload videos of Crusader Kings 2, and over the course of the whole game, look how the AI plays differently. In most games, you see France get real big, and then France gets destroyed, etc. But occasionally, weirdness happens, and yeah, I'm always very, very interested in what causes the weird outcomes to come about. What mistake was made, what novel play was made. It's not chess, but it feels kind of like chess in that way. There are videos of time-lapse, they look at the long time, not the first few turns. Yeah, for me, because I'm a newer player, I'm so interested in just the first few turns. Like, is it possible that really weak garbage faction sometimes wins that first battle? Now, I think it's the case, and maybe this is wrong, I think it's the case that each of the starts has one little enemy to fight right away, like we're doing right now. So I'm guessing it's the case that Repulse always defeats the Strygos Empire. Maybe not, but I do wonder. We could go attack this. We're told to attack this one first, though. So let's go across the ocean. Decisive victory again. I want to get better at my charging this time. I see that we're going to get charged from the side by wolves. We have spearmen for that. They're flying bats. We're going to use our archers against those. Some zombies. And actually, factually, seems to be no real lord. So there's a skeleton named Stinge Friso Haupt Anderson who'll be leading the group there. Let's do it. They're gonna come out to the front and see what's what. What's what is there? Almost certain death. I got this. Hey, thank you. I mean, yeah, with no real lore, this is not gonna be a hard one at all. And we have a lot more knights now. Lower level knights, but still knights nonetheless. Yeah, those are the two knights we have right now. We started with are unrecruitable. They're ones that I could not make yet. It's always so important to keep those strong starting characters. Is that water or is that green? Have we found the border between territories? It's actually mountain, I apologize. Again, Cyber thank you for those gift subs earlier. Just seeing the pop-up when I got back. Usually when I get back, I assume there's been no chat activity, and everyone's just been sitting quietly staring at the screen saying, where is Tie-Man? Tie-Man return. I miss you, Tie-Man. But the gift sub, very cool. The knowledge that people are still existing when I pop out of the room is pretty nice. I do wonder if it's possible for the games, or not the game, for our personal army to get overly large, right? Is it possible that we could have too many knights and not enough people to hold the front? I bet that is the case. Because Bretonnia is like, ooh, knights are exciting, there's a possibility of things not being what they should be. We need to take more territory so we can recruit more peasants to hold the line better, I suspect. With that said, ooh-wee, we have a lot of knights. So Knights Errant, we're using it for the first time now. They're anti-infantry, they got shields. Nothing special, though they are impetuous. Immune to psychology. On the battlefield, the Knights Errants are impetuous, eager to earn fame and honor in the thick of the fight. They charge boldly into the fray, heedless of danger and earning either great honor or a glorious death. So they don't get terrified by large enemies, and I assume this also means that, yeah, no terror as well. Is that true of all of our knights? No. So the Knights of the Realm, so-called, can hide in forests. I guess all of them can do, even though they have horses that are probably neighing constantly. May I hide here? Nay. The questing knights are also immune to psychology. Will said there's no description here. I like it when they have descriptions of why they are the way they are. Gotta be careful, the Knights of Realms can be feared. Probably at some point it'd be good for us to have multiple charging lines. For right now, I'm okay piling all of you over here and seeing what happens. The front line. Hello, peasants. Hello, peasants. Our leveled up men-at-arms have taken some damage. We gotta make sure they do not die, but we'll see. Again, need to use the archers on the bats. There is a possibility the bats don't go from artillery, but go for the knights. Knights can't look up, much like dogs. Knights can't ever look up, and so I do wonder if will we eventually get some horseback archers, or will it always be the case that our weakness as knights is we cannot fight flyers until the flyers land? I do not know. We have here our big men-at-arms, our major attackers here. We'll give them a side here. Good and good. There are yeoman archers. Cool. Yeomen mean they own land. Or they're surfers. Yo, man. Sorry. There have been 3 jokes in the past 2 minutes that I'm embarrassed to have made. Like I said in the intro, though, when it comes to like sounds like jokes or dad jokes or wordplay jokes, even if no one finds them funny, something inside of me says, there's a good resorty. There's a good resorty. Words are fun. Isn't it fun to play with words? I don't know what it is, but sorry. If you want to unsubscribe, I get it. I would too. So this is the command unit here. So we're charging for the wrong side. This is the unit that's going to charge us probably. Let's just see how it goes. The battle begins. They will not move until they get artillery, I assume. Y'all free fire. Y'all free fire. Y'all just move around. Oh, it sound good. Sound good. Complete miss, you fools. Okay, so the charge thing on these seems not to have a time. Like, once they go into phase 2, they seem to be locked into phase 2 genuinely forever. And they all can form up this way. Again, the only issue is they become bad at avoiding attacks. Unfortunate. It doesn't slow them down at all, though. So I guess while we're moving, you get more acceleration. Maybe by default we should be in lance mode. I don't know. You push it and disable it. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense we'll be able to turn it off when we're actively fighting, perhaps. Acceleration, good. As of right now, their bats are moving in. They're collapsing into each other, knowing that the knights may be coming. The bombardment continues. Yeah, these people are in a really bad way. Either they stay in place and get bombarded endlessly, or they form up to avoid being charged by our knights. I now wish I'd separated my knights, so I could have some of them coming from the back while this group comes from the front. With that said, how about we just do that? One second. We see here that the bats have come forward. So archer, archer. I believe the archers will immediately target the bats. Archer is ready. Oh, wow. Holy moly. Peasants, what you doing? What you doing in there, peasants? What you doing? That's crazy how fast they went down against basic peasant archers. Now, they have landed. Luckily, my peasants do have fists of fury. I'm going to turn off skirmish on this group so they stay engaged. That's pretty cool. Very, very good. I do remember when we played our Undead Pirate playthrough, there was a consistent desire that I had to have flyers landing on archers. Felt good, man. Felt good. We're all running away? Yeah. This tiny group of dire wolves scared us off. We could just charge them. All right. We haven't used our hero at all yet. She's kind of hanging out. I'm considering moving my hero into the main line here and doing the blinding pulse as the battle begins. Okay, weird formation. Like, I think they're trying to loop around this way. The skeleton warriors are weak against the command line here, or against the main line. That's good. They're all down. Return you to your position. Archers get back in position. Okay, the dire wolves are coming in. I intended to stop them with the men-at-arms, so we'll see if that's possible. It is. Our line will be weird then. I've got to stop running away with my my horsemen. They must be used aggressively, or there's just no point in having them. Y'all go there. Y'all go there. Y'all go there. We're going to charge from behind. The remainder of you, these and these and these and these, we'll have pull off to here for right now and see what happens. Yes. Yes. Unfortunately, okay, good. All right, they're trying to find a target. We can hold them in place with our lord for the moment. What do we see? We see the command unit dying really, really fast. Now, I don't know in battles like this where the there is no real lord, will the command unit breaking apart cause everyone else to break apart as well? Honestly, no idea. Okay, the lord has stopped them in their tracks. You were fighting as well. The enemy has forgotten about the charge line. Here we go. It's time for some charging micro. What a good time. So we'll alt to there. Wrong button. Sorry, control there. Nope, shift to there. There we go. We got it. You all will shift to there. You all. Now, unfortunately, because I'm charging in kind of inconsistently, without any particular focus, and they're all in at different times, I have a hard time remembering when it's time to disengage, probably, and fight again. But we can keep it on this. We should win this very, very easily. This is the easiest battle we've had thus far. Archers are facing weird directions. What do y'all doing, archers? They got targets, though. That's good. We'll have our lord go ahead and protect here. Time for the explosion, I guess. Boo! You're blind now. Got charging there. Y'all are formed up to charge, basically. I don't know how much distance they need to charge effectively. That's one constant struggle for me, is I just want them to look good, feel good, be good. Is there any description on charging? What distance they need? No. Oh, here's charge bonus. The increases the unit's melee attack and damage when charging. Anyone happen to know what distance you need for charge? Is it a fair amount? Is it just a matter of following the model and seeing what exactly pops up? Are they suddenly running forward, or are they still looking slow? You need 3 to 5 seconds. All right, so counting time. As someone hilariously said earlier, I'm like running to Las Vegas to get to Colorado or something. So I might be disengaging too far, but I'm not sure. Go, troops, go! Hey! Hey! There's a charge, did some damage. Henri is doing nothing? Henri, get in there. Charge! I just need to yell charge constantly. Alright, probably time to turn off the triangle things. Oh, they can't turn it off when in battle, I think? Or is it all turned off now? No, it's still on. You can't turn it off when engaged, but in this case, I believe a winner is us. I'm going to leave my knights in to do what they can, and then we'll disengage later. That's good. Can you cube a charge attack in an immediate retreat? Dr. Possible, it's an amazing question. I never thought about it. I assume that once you engaged in battle, you are stuck in battle until you give a direct order to disengage. Anybody know, though, is that possible? To queue up movement and the charge, and then say, once you attacked, disengage? Or do you have to go look at the character and say, okay, now we manually disengage them? Anyway, a big victory, and we've taken our first town ever. I believe we have a mission to go raise evil, but as this is a port town, we need more territory. So the mission to secure a foothold seems more better than to Destroy land. You have to move them back manually. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Why does Steam show Total War Warhammer 2 DLCs as content for this game? Yeah, Gyros, this is one DLC strategy that some players really, really, really dislike. If you want to have all the content in the most recent Warhammer game, Warhammer 3, you need to have bought everything prior. So if you want to play as dwarves in this game, you better own Warhammer 1. Now, the dwarves will still be in the game, but you won't be able to play them. And so the strategy for Warhammer 3 and maybe Warhammer 2 also is a lot of people have purchased these games throughout the years, and so we want to make sure that we get an equivalent amount of money from anyone who wants to play these games. And much like the Paradox DLC strategy, we can talk about it all day long. That said, I think this game is really fun in its base version with no DLC, but I've been purchasing one DLC every once in a while. That's how it goes. Oh yeah, Civilian. Yeah, it's not just the DLC. To get the full Warhammer 3 experience, to play everything, you must go and buy Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2 and all of their DLC as well. There's a lot going on, unfortunately. Are Paradox shares going up? I have some doubts. We've not looked at the Paradox stocks in a while, and that's okay. Exactly, Sunmate, right? You don't need the DLC. It's just, the game does tempt you and taunt you a little bit. Because when you choose what empire to play, you say, oh, that empire over there has a little purple stripe on it. They look so cool. What a cool story. I need to go buy the DLC to play that one. But in my case, because we're playing, one DLC at a time, one star at a time, it's been really, really great to enjoy just bit by bit, piece by piece. Hey Razor, you have both 1 and 2. Is there enough new in 3 to justify it? I didn't play 1 or 2, so I don't know. Anybody in chat able to answer Razor's question? Does Warhammer 3 add enough to the game? It had a really fun tutorial and story mission, but I don't know how the big main Immortal Empire playthrough is different, so please answer if you know, but my ignorance is unlimited here. Okay, here are the things we can do as Bretonnian. Number 1, we can occupy them. Number 2, we can sack them. No virtuous knight searches for gold, while there's evil to root out in the lady's blessed name. So it's lacking in virtue to throw people out of town or erase it. All buildings are destroyed and the settlement torched. Purging the land of evil is a great thing, both for Bretonnia and the wider world. So instead of taking things over, one instead smashes for the sake of the lady. We need territory, so there we go. We've captured Phyrus. Got some money, got a potion of speed. Very basic item. You can use it one time to charge more better. I haven't charged with the lady at all yet. I think maybe I should do so. Capture provinces up next. Must go own the rest of the coast of Araby. We had a fancy shield then. And we leveled up once more. I'll be attacking Al Hayek in just a moment, I suspect. Probably auto-resolve, because as many of you know, I just don't want to fight in cities. Our last playthrough, the Greenskin playthrough, fell apart because we were fighting in a city. There were some mistakes made. It was an absolute disaster, but that's how it goes. All right, show me the maiden. Hello to you. So does this give anything other than the charge bonus? And that really is it. I gotta use you the charger. Maybe someday I will. If they're a horse, charge with them. Drek, I agree. To this point, I've been using the lady primarily as an extension of my front line. Oh no, there's a bulge in the line here, stick the lady in it. Which I think is often how I use my lords in any other playthrough. So I think I'm using her in the way I'd use a Greenskin Lord or the giant tree in the Wood Elf playthrough. I've got to use her differently, playing to her strengths. So I got to work on that for sure. Good night, dog. See you later. Okay, leveling up. We have 1 level up points. We can strengthen leadership on a variety of characters here. charge bonus to knights errant and such. I still don't know what charge does, although I think it might increase damage done or melee attack or something. Over here we can get more control and such. So much cool stuff. Lionheart does what again? Rally and stand your ground. Still don't have those. Basic training, better movement in battle, bigger leadership aura, or we strengthen her herself. I think more leadership aura, more good.
For Bretonnia.
And at this point, Henri Massif does have training already, so I'm begin strengthening him to protect the lady. What a nice bodyguard. Okay, we can build things here. Build in Phyrus is an open slot. So it has a special building called the Holy Monastery of the Divine Origo. Friends, who is Origo? I know of the lady. I know the lady is the source of all goodness, according to our characters. But Origo, or Origo, or O-Rigo, or O-Chemistry. The monster is a beacon. Even this far from home, Bretonnians can pray and feel the lady's light and favor. So praying is a new ability, I guess. 20% chance of removing negative character traits on any lord in the settlement. Removing negative character traits. Oh my goodness. Though it is a 20% chance, kind of low. More money, higher level damsels. What a great name. Anyone know the etymology of damsel? Like, unfortunately, I only use damsel as damsel in distress. I'm guessing it shares a root with the word dame, the title dame, or there is nothing like a dame, nothing in the world. But I don't know what the root is at all. Nothing comes to mind. More chivalry per turn and 2 Grail Knights. Only need level 3 for that, not half bad. Here we can begin recruiting men-at-arms or tier 1 mounted yeomen. Or mounted yeoman archers. So we already have the basic training field in the other territory. Here, being able to make archers on horseback could be very, very cool. Level 2 is required for more better grail shrines and grail knights and smithies for cheaper construction. Usually I go with the growth thing first, right? The fields are economy. The weaving house is income. The pox shelter. Feeling a little under the weather? Oh, a big one. You'd best come in. Alright, so growth and casual replenishment rate. I know that once one's growth is high enough, one should get rid of the growth building, but I always forget to do so. So we have plenty of money right now. We will begin with growth. Growth is always for sure. Damsel is just dame, lady, cell, meaning lesser. Dame and mademoiselle. Oh, very interesting. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, small or lesser woman. Fascinating. Thank you for teaching me that. I had no idea. The building is done. Rallying is finished. We're still plus 800 money. We have 2 more possible peasants to add. So while we're here, we have 3 open slots. It feels ridiculous to just throw in more knights. We can now recruit men-at-arms with shields, I believe. Bad leadership is expendable. Huh. So the difference between the spearmen and the men-at-arms with shields is what? Men-at-arms are worse at melee defense, but better at everything else. The spearmen have a bonus to large things. I'm considering adding some men-at-arms with shields. So they won't have the big sword, they have more defense. I think what I need right now is just the ability to hold the line a little while longer. So shield, more knights. Cool. That's a turn. I do wonder if Uli over here is recruiting more and more enemies. Uli is a wizard lord master, and I believe it's the case that he holds the last vampire territory here, giving us our first complete province in just a moment. I want to look at diplomacy real quick, because we're a nice person. We do well enough. Are there any quick deals currently available? So Tilia, and I don't know who Tilia is. The Southern Realms, Leonardo Cathraza. What kind of person is this, folk? Anyone know? Like, it does not sound Bretonnian. They are interested in having non-aggression. Thagan's errantry, much the same. They're a little bit south. They're the Empire, they're Warhammer Spain. Cool, thank you. Eventually I'll learn all of the stereotypes packed into the game. Have I chosen a quest for my hero characters? Cat number 1, I had no idea that all hero characters get quests. I thought it was only Our Lady. Our Lady has her first 2 already done. I'll look at my other hero in a moment. Cat, thank you for, knowing things. So Thagan will join us eventually, I'm guessing. Anyone want trade? No trade. Yeah, right now, nothing else. We do have spices, I believe. And the Dirgos want peace. They do not get peace at all. Let me check and see if on the Mountain, if he's allowed to have quests. Vows. Cat, thank you. You are surely the hero of the day. Were you not subscribed, I would subscribe you. Thank you so much, friend. All right. So what is his Knight's Vow? Honors all, chivalries all. So either he can do 5 hero actions, boring, order. He could be in a region while building is completed, or chivalry. Rank up 5 times after this. Either way, you get the Knight's Vow, more armor, more leadership. I'm guessing one should choose whichever one to get done fastest. I don't see us doing hero actions. We are doing a lot of construction. We could have already had one of these done, or rank up 5 times. I mean, the chivalry is the guaranteed one, so long as he doesn't die. I think order is easiest, though. Again, I wish I hadn't missed that one. And then the Lady is the Grail Vow. Defeat a legendary lord, kill 5 enemy lords, or raise 5 settlements. We've already killed 1 enemy lord. Pledge of Valor seems like the best one to do. I wish to show them how I can fight for the glory of my lady. And time's flying by again, team. It's almost 1 p.m. How does this game do it? I've played this game now for, not a ton of time. I know some of you have thousands of hours, but usually once I'm over a 100 or so hours in a game, I have a feeling of, oh, I like this game, but I don't get in the zone as much as I did at the beginning. It might be because we're trying different starts, but it is a game that really, really gets its hooks into me and makes it such that I just don't ever want to stop playing. And the time flies by. I think it's a game that reminds me of the games I would stay up all night playing. I mean, World of Warcraft, obviously. But back in my early 20s, I so often had the problem of, all right, I'm going to go to bed after one more turn. I'm just going to finish one more quest. Oh no, I hear the birds chirping. Oh no, what's that orb in the sky? It's 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. I need to go to class in 3 hours. I was not the best student. Somehow it all worked out, but yeah, I think this game for me is one of these, which is one way of a game being a great game. I've never quite put together my analytic of what makes the best games, but for me at least, it's one where I can fall into the world or into the thinking so much that I lose track of myself. Right, I know throughout my 16 hours a day of playing World of Warcraft, I was still a body sitting in a chair, breathing, etc. But I didn't experience that. All I experienced was Yeshua, the human priest, and his pure bald head. All right, full army for the first time. We're nearly healed up all the way. It is time for us to go do battle against one more enemy. They're mustering. They're trying their best to get forces. Here comes your Lady of Purity. After our building here, we can go and level up to level 1 in the village, from a mere hamlet to a village. Recently, Wrexham, the city I love more than any other in the world, became a city. Apparently, the king of the United Kingdom comes forward and says, "Ah, you are now a city," and something magical happens. And I don't exactly know what makes a city in the UK. In this game, it seems like simultaneously just a description of size and also a way to build things. But bigger army, bigger good. With that marked, forward! One of these days I'll visit Wrexham. Alright, barely a victory if we go and launch right on in. They have 2 dire wolves, they have a bunch of zombies. I believe the Grave Guards are incredibly strong. The Black Knights are trouble also. I don't want to fight in the city. So what we're going to do is set up a siege. And if they come out and fight, cool. If not, we will siege eternally. Who knows, who knows. In the UK, it's exactly that. If the king or queen says a city, it becomes a city. Is it like an honor to be a city? Is it a mark in your cap? Do UK cities get additional like government funding or the ability to like get their name on a tourist map? You know, I find these nominative changes interesting, but I always wonder the consequences of the same. And the problem though is most of the Wrexham AFC chants talk about town, right? One of the songs about becoming a champion of a league is "Town's going up, ole ole." Town's going up, right? But unfortunately, city doesn't slot in terribly well. So for our football chants, we still use town. And it's okay. The Tilayans have been destroyed. We got a mission to go capture the Wizard Caliph's Palace. This is a very cool name. I suspect in the lore of the Warhammer, the lore hammer. Has someone made that joke before? Obviously, so there's probably a YouTube channel that goes into the storyline of Warhammer. That channel is probably called Lorehammer. If not, I need to quit this job and immediately start making Lorehammer videos. Anyway, I suspect in the Lorehammer, there's a Wizard Caliph's Palace. There's some really, really cool stories, some really, really cool events happening there, and who is the Caliph and so on, and it's probably described in deep detail and all the rest. But yeah, this game has not me much. Lorehammer's a pretty well-known channel. Okay, cool. No, as I said before, I know basically nothing about Warhammer. I wish I knew more. I wish I knew more hammer. What else rhymes with war? We can do this all day. But yeah, my knowledge of this world is primarily just by reading the lore pop-ups in the game, and past that, the things that you all mentioned in chat. So no, I didn't know there was a Lorehammer channel. What it comes to is I was just trying to make jokes based on rhymes, which is the quality of humor you get here. Ask your 5-year-old what else rhymes with war, and we'll see what our jokes we can come up with. Take the Wizard Caliph Palace. Where's that? It's way down here. So a long-term mission to go defeat the undead. Cool. The siege continues a moment longer. Did I attack and he ran away? I must have broken the siege accidentally, and he disengaged. A chore hammer's the end game? That's absolutely true. It is the case. The ending of this game is, in some measure, incredibly boring. Why didn't I just attack that? I could have just fought the garrison, I think. That was very strange. He left mid-fight. But yeah, I've never finished a game of Warhammer. I know I should be looking at the win conditions. The you will win if X. But I kind of just like playing whatever comes to mind. But the end of the game is very chore heavy, as I understand it. All right, here comes turn number 3 or 4. What a cool game this is, that turns develop so slowly, but it's still fun. Kadon goes and attacks Sir John Tyreweld. Good luck, Sir John. We got some pirates moving this direction. The gods are furious. Friends, there is an ad break coming. This will be the last ad break of the day. We're going to go ahead and run the ad break, do some crossword over it, and then a raid. If you want to stay around for the raid, I sure would appreciate it. I love sharing our community with other communities. Also, today I've failed to mention the ad breaks early enough. There's probably some like rumble. Why didn't you tell me the ads are coming? Not only are the gods angry, the viewers are angry too. Omens are bad. I did something wrong to harm the gods. Do we believe in gods? I thought we believed only in the lady. Though maybe the lady is a multifaceted godhead, a quadpartite goddess. We can give her money. If we do this, we get more control everywhere. All provinces is one place. Or so be it. We lose control for 4 turns. I've got plenty of money. I hate spending it early game, but we give money to the gods, and we immediately get a bonus to economic investments. But friends, unfortunately, that's got to be it for right now. I got to go ahead and save the game. We got to do a tiny little bit of ad break, which is already running. And then tomorrow we're back to this one. It's going to be a real good time, IMO. As the game closes, we'll do a little bit more crossword. And then we got to decide who we're going to raid host today. In a moment, we'll spin the wheel of raids and discover what person to raid. Maybe you got some good ideas. Maybe I do. Man, as stream is winding down, I always have this moment of disappointment. I'm excited for the rest of my life. I'm excited to go see my wife and so on. And yet, it always feels pretty bad to be leaving you all behind. But we'll be back again tomorrow, etc. Option that hundreds of thousands of voters select on their primary election ballots in 2024. It might be no candidate, but Tim Walz is definitely right. I don't know. I mean, Joe Biden on the Democratic side had basically all the votes. On the side of the Republicans, I mean, Donald Trump won by quite a bit. But, I don't remember. Freeze an emphatic turn down. Something is definitely wrong here. H and W is definitely not a good ending. So I wonder if puny's wrong for meager. So small amount with P, unsure. Like no how, no way, no how. One of the 5 spices in a 5 spice. Apparently 5 spice mix is very popular in China. I didn't know it was a thing until we came to Japan. Because often menus here say, like, this is the section without 5 spice. Because some Japanese people really dislike the flavors, I understand it. I got no idea. Suffix with election or profit. Election ear, profiteer? Maybe. We'll see. Masthead names briefly. Masthead are editorial people usually. All right, can I get this one now? I wish I could blank that. I wish I could unsee that, surely. All right, and with that, the crossword is not complete. It's uncommitted. Uncommitted. Something like that. Anyway, more tomorrow of the same game, more tomorrow of the same vibe, more tomorrow starting at the exact same time, 8:30 a.m. Japan o'clock. It is time to roll the wheel, Today we raid up, raid down, raid sideways. What does the wheel say? It's been raid chat suggestion 4 days in a row. Today it's raid sideways. Our goal then is to find someone to raid of similar size to us. Sichuan stuff like Mabo Tofu is pretty big in Japan. It is, but it's much less spicy in Japan than it is in China. No, that's said, like, some people dislike Five Spice quite a bit, but some also like it quite a bit. All right, we're gonna do the old raid browser, this thing that Twitch gave us. Avok is someone we like a lot. Now, Avok is not playing the game we're playing right now, but Avok's an altogether pretty good streamer. Warren's doing a cooking stream. Cool. Yeah, let's go ahead and raid into our friend Avok. All good, all good, all good. He's not raided me in the last 30 days. He's not subscribed to me. I love it. All right, team, go see Avok. He's playing Astronauts, a game I do not know. It'll be a lovely time, and we'll be back again tomorrow with some video games. When you get there, consider offering an old hello friend. If you don't have the emote queued up, that's the follower one. Oh, you can only use the follower emote in my channel. I apologize, it's not usable actually. You know, just say hello friend or something. If you got emotes, that's cool. If not, that's cool too. But there are the emotes that I will be using when we get there. It'll be lovely, and we'll see you there in just a moment. Thanks much. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Who dat?